Check, check, check. If all of our legislators could take their seats, I'd like to get us moving along. We're going to wait for Representative Leeper just a bit longer, and then we'll get started once she enters the room. But let's govern ourselves accordingly and get ourselves together while we're in the room. Thank you. All right. Welcome to the joint informational hearing with the Committees on Education and the Committee on Children around homeschooling information. We are here today because we simply want to listen and hear from many of the advocates and many of the agencies that work so diligently to serve our children and families across the state in the homeschooling community. We are using this opportunity, of course, as a learning opportunity and also as a listening session for us to gain perspective on both sides. We will have an opportunity for us to hear testimony from all of the invited guests before you, which you have probably already seen that agenda before you, and it includes agencies and also experts in the field, in the fields of their industries. After which we hear their testimonies, we will have questions at the very end after all testimonies have been conducted and have heard. And we will then have questions from legislators from both committees before us. I would just like to say we ask that everyone remain respectful, of course, and that is for legislators on both sides of the aisle, both Republican and Democrat. We are all colleagues and we all have differing opinions perhaps on this, but we are all here for the common good of our children and for the families of our state. I also ask that everyone remain thoughtful and inclusive and also respectful of our agencies and of our visiting guests who are providing testimony. Anytime that someone is not respectful, it is at the discretion of the chairs to have them removed. I do want to say that. So let us have a very fruitful and productive conversation as we move forward. And I will now entertain comments from my fellow chairs, starting with, if it's all right, the co-chair of the Senate, co-chair from the Senate for the Committee on Children, and then we'll go over to the Education Committee. Senator Marr.
Thank you, Rep. Harris. I'm so glad that we are coming together today. I appreciate the lesson in civics that your children are learning, and I look forward to hearing from everyone who is here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Leeper.
Thanks, Representative Paris. So thank you all for being here. I understand that the very existence of this forum to learn more about the laws that exist around exiting children from public school for homeschooling in Connecticut and child welfare has made many people in the homeschool community not only feel very uncomfortable, but feel targeted and blamed for what happened in Waterbury. And I just want to state up front and explicitly that the homeschooling community is in no way to blame for the tragedy that happened in Waterbury. I don't know anyone who thinks otherwise. What this case did shine a light on is that for people who want to harm children, they can use our lax system here in Connecticut to hide their abuse. If a student is exited from school and is kept home, not in a community, there is never anyone else, no mandated reporter or otherwise, to see if a child is abused or neglected. We are in no way trying to end homeschooling. We are not discussing making homeschooled students enroll in public schools. We are not interested in dictating your curriculum or how you educate your children. We are not trying to force vaccines on your children. These are all concerns that I received in the past several days, and I wanted to address them explicitly. Connecticut is an outlier in the country with almost no child safety or welfare regulations after a student is exited for equivalent instruction in the home. What I have read in nearly every email I've received is that everyone cares deeply about the well-being and safety of children and that every child deserves to be protected from abuse. Growing up, my cousins were homeschooled, and in Fairfield, I have a very close friend of mine who homeschools, and I've seen firsthand the wonderful opportunities that brings about. I know how much every child would benefit from the nearly one-to-one educator adjusting daily to their child's needs and interests, incorporating opportunities as they arise in the community, a greater project-based and experiential learning experience, more time outside and for physical activity. And I know that these are often things that are the bedrock of homeschooling. Our interest in learning more today is simply to better understand the policies we do have, and if there are ways we can better ensure the safety of every child. Lastly, I just want to recognize that I know these are really difficult conversations, and we are all here to listen with compassion and to learn. I'm grateful to our panelists for sharing their expertise, and I'm grateful to everyone who's taken the time to reach out to us, share their experience, and to everyone who is here with us today. I look forward to an engaged and respectful conversation.
Thank you, Representative Leeper, and to her Senate co-chair on the Committee of Education, Senator Douglas McCrory.
Again, I echo my comments to everyone else. As a Senate chair, I've been doing this for about 6 years now. I'm a 34-year educator. Everyone knows in the state I believe in choice. I also believe in responsible choice. I'm here to listen and learn from the people who are in the fields, and I look forward to have a healthy conversation and a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So all of the agencies before us that will testify and all of the subject matter experts that will testify. My apologies, Representative Zupkis. It was an oversight. I apologize if you will forgive me. Thank you. I appreciate that. We all deserve a little grace. We will start with, and you'll have to forgive me again because I'm going to defer to Representative Dauphiné, who is my good ranking member of the Committee on Children, and then we will go to you, Representative Zupkis. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Paris, and thank you all for being here. And I want to assure you, number one, that you have done nothing wrong, nothing wrong. And I believe there's no reason for further oversight. We know you're already regulated in the state of Connecticut. There's already regulations that require that parents see that their children are educated. And I just wanted to assure you that I'm with you, and I don't believe you've done anything wrong. I don't think further regulation and mimicking the public school system, which has failed our children in so many ways, both academically and with safety, is going to make anything different. So thank you for being here today, and I look forward to hearing the testimonies.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné, for your comments. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say welcome. I look forward to hearing today what the agencies in the panel have to say. I would rather hear your voices, but hopefully that will come. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. As I was saying before, for this informational session, which is, of course, different from a public hearing, we will have all of our subject matter experts and, of course, all of the agencies who have been invited to testify before us. They will have 15 minutes allotted to them to testify. There will be no questions after each testimony. We will have questions saved until the end. First up, we have the Department of Education with Commissioner Charlene Russell Tucker. Commissioner, please start. And for all those who are coming to the front, please make sure that you turn on your microphones and also introduce yourselves and your staff for the purposes of capturing that for CTN and public record.
I think I'm on. Good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Education and Children's Committee. Again, you've heard my name is Charlene Russell Tucker. I'm Commissioner of Education. I would like to offer my appreciation to the co-chairs of both committees for facilitating this forum. From the listing of our speakers today that you have on the agenda and the entities we all represent, this is an opportunity for open, thoughtful, and well-informed conversation about the overall well-being and the legal obligation for students to receive an appropriate education. The important voices in this discussion today include all of you, our policymakers at state agencies that will be coming, advocacy organizations, school administrator representative, and members of the homeschool community itself. So my thanks to all of the participants that will be speaking after me. And from the number present in the room today, and I'm also guessing the number watching online, I would safely say that this is a topic of great interest. The event is entitled Homeschooling Informational Hearing. And so let me first acknowledge the many highly successful homeschooling families in our state who sincerely believe that homeschooling their child is best for their child and their family. And I can share from the data that we see that homeschooling students are often Connecticut's highest scorers in the GED test to earn a state high school diploma. And so we certainly appreciate our families and our homeschoolers in that regard. So as we begin this conversation, we want to provide a state of the state by taking a broad look, and you've heard that from our speakers already, at the reasons why students leave our public school before graduation, including leaving for homeschooling. We will review the current law, briefly discuss our policies and practices, and then look at some data, thanking the team at the agency for the report that they put together to inform you today. And you should have that, that was sent to you along with the PowerPoint deck that we have. So let's begin. Let's start by reviewing the current law, which is on the first slide. Section 10-184 of the general statute that establishes the duty of a parent, it was said before, to ensure that their children are educated. To be precise in the law, and there's a lot on the screen, that they're required to have their child attend public school regularly or show that the child is receiving equivalent instruction elsewhere. Equivalent to what? Equivalent to the studies taught in the public school. So this can certainly be in private school or through homeschooling. And to what age group does this requirement apply? It's directly from the law to children from 5 years of age to those under 18 years of age. There are some exceptions, which is on the next slide that I'll share with you. So a child that's 18 or older can withdraw from public school, very clearly in the law. Next, if a child is 17, the parent may withdraw by filling out a form to which they have to personally appear in the school, in the district, And they have to enroll them in adult education. So that's 17. And starting in 2023, by mandate, they must do both. So can withdraw, personally appear to do so, but also must enroll the child in adult education. And the third exception is a parent can keep their child out of school until they turn 7. Parents can exercise this option as stated in law by personally appearing at the school district to sign an option form. So that is kind of the big picture of where we are. Over the years, the department has disseminated a lot of guidance, including sample withdrawal forms as part of our school accommodations package. I know there's a lot on there, but there truly is a lot that we've done just to provide guidance to our districts. Recommended practices for partnering with our homeschooling families, guidelines for student withdrawal to adult education. We've done that, and numerous procedures for tracking and reporting data. So what I'd like to do now is to turn over to Ajit Gopalakrishnan, our Chief Performance Officer, to review some of our policies and practices around data tracking and to discuss the actual data trends we observe about students leaving public schools. And it's really important as we set the stage for all of us for today's conversation to understand broadly what exits look like from our public school, what we know from the data, what we have and what we don't have, so we can all be on the same page.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Ajit Gopalakrishnan, Chief Performance Officer here at the department. There are many reasons why students leave school, leave public school. They transfer from one school to another. They can transfer to a private school. They can exit for homeschooling purposes. They may move out of Connecticut, whether to another state or another country. Obviously, many graduate with a regular high school diploma. Some earn an alternate credential. It's not a regular diploma, but an alternate credential. Some students exit school without earning a credential, and I'll review that as well. And sadly, some students do pass away while they're in public school. And these are the categories that are tracked in our data system. And within each of those sort of broad categories, there are particular types, but for purposes of today's explanation, we've consolidated them for ease of communication. The type of documentation that is required in order for a student to be exited from public school and for the school to actually, what we say, unregister them from the public school data system that we have, the nature of that documentation varies. Often it is a signed or written documentation from the parent or guardian indicating desire to withdraw from school. But sometimes it's a request for records that we receive, that one district might receive from another district. Sometimes the parent does not communicate to the district. They move to another district and there is a records request received by the original district. So that becomes documentation to exit the student from one district and for the other district to enroll that student. Commissioner already talked about adult education, and that is another reason. And in this case, as the Commissioner mentioned, it requires not only withdrawal, but also enrollment in adult education. Both those pieces are required starting 2023. Then there are students who can withdraw from school, and we saw the instances of the 18-year-old, but there are also instances until the kid turns 7, the parent can choose to exercise that option of not to have their child in public school. Not for withdrawing for homeschool purposes, but just to not have their child in school. And that's also allowable. But sometimes students don't come to school regularly, and then the school has to do a lot of follow-up to try to get the student back in school. And other times, despite the best efforts of everyone involved, all the agencies, all the staff, they're unable to locate the child. And that happens. And so there is a due process that the district has to follow, after which they say, okay, we've tried everything. We cannot find this student. And that's when they would remove the child from their roles. And I want you to know that for several of these cases, there are department staff in my office who actually follow up individually on students with the district. So for example, we have thousands of students transferring from one school to another school every year, thousands. And each year, about 100 to 200 end up as what we call incomplete transfers, meaning the parent says, I'm going to another district or another school, and don't actually show up. But in all those transfers, my staff are following up with the districts to make sure that the new district picks up the student. And if the new student is not picked up, then trying to follow with the original district, student hasn't shown up in the other district. Can you do your due process? Find out what's going on. Where's the parent? Where's the kid? Do your due diligence, because the code of exiting to another school doesn't hold anymore because they haven't shown up at the new place, right? So there is follow-up in that case that happens. And then as part of our graduation process, we also review some of this exit data. So there is a lot of sort of personal follow-up that's happening from the department on these situations. So briefly on our data, often when we talk of our data, we talk of what I say snapshots. You know, we give you enrollment counts. We'll say how many students are enrolled in public school. We'll say, oh, 508,402 students. But that was true on October 1, because that's the snapshot. That's the basis for grant calculations, for public enrollment reporting, et cetera. But students come and go in our schools every day. So we have an underlying system. Again, it's called the public school system, but the public school system registration system is what tracks the in and out of students every day. And so we can actually see who's in on October 1, but who may have left on October 2nd. And this is as reported by the district. So if the districts don't report to us, we won't have that information. So often there's a lag in this data. But there is an underlying sort of running record, if you will, that lets us see who's in, who's out on a daily basis. We take snapshots at 2 points, once in October and once at the end of the school year, but we do have data throughout the year. And what I'm going to share with you briefly is some analyses from that, what I'll say, running records of the data, the PSIS registration system. Key thing to remember, there's not a certification of this data. These data change daily. What I'm going to show you is students who exited who didn't return to the data. And these data are true as of April 7th, because April 8th, the data could change again. So these are moving data. Key point I should mention is that we have data on students who exit the public school system for homeschooling purposes or for going to private school. But we don't have data on students who might have been homeschooled from birth, who never came to a public school, never enrolled in a public school. That's important to note in our data. We don't have that in the data. We also don't know if a student has been in private school from birth. We wouldn't know that. We wouldn't know if a student moved into the state and started homeschooling their child. That would not be in the data as well. So the only data that we do have are when they are in public school and then exit. So important to remember that. We do have data on private school or non-public school enrollment, but those data are collected in the aggregate, meaning we collect counts of students. We don't collect individual child information of students in public schools. We know when a student in a public school says they're going to private school, but after that, our data sort of don't follow. We don't know anything until the student shows back up and tries to re-enroll in public school. Then we would pick up that history again. So that's important to note as well. I'll go through quickly on the data points just to highlight the big features here. When you look at our enrollment numbers, when we talk about that October snapshot, it'll give you a number. But when we count students for the whole year, it's actually about 5% more than that. So while we might say we have 512,000 or 508,000, we actually, throughout the year, we've seen the in and out of over 537,000 students in our state. Next. So now let's look at exits. And what we did here is we looked at students exiting the public school system over a 3-year period from July 1, 2021 to June 30th, 2024, meaning that they exited public school at any time in that 3-year and haven't come back as of April 7th to public school. So what we see here, and I've put it in that red box there, the two sort of groups of those who graduated with a regular diploma and those who moved out of Connecticut. And you see 3 lines because there are 3 years of data. And you see they're pretty stable. About 38,000 students annually graduate from public school, and about 11,000 students move out of Connecticut. 10 to 11,000 students move out of Connecticut every year. The two together account for more than 8 out of 10 students who left public school and didn't come back. Okay, so just know that the vast majority of the numbers we're talking about are those who graduate or those who move out of state. Next, please. In the next slide, it's the same data, but we're just highlighting the two other buckets here. The top part, we're highlighting the two groups of exits. One is transfer to a private school, and the other one is transfer to homeschooling. And you see that transfer to private school, it's roughly little over 0.5% of our total student enrollment, around 3,500 students annually exiting the private school. And for homeschooling, it varies each year, around 1,800 students, less than 0.5% of our students exiting for homeschooling purposes. And then when you look at those who exit public school without earning a credential, we see over 3,000 students, again, a little over 0.5% of our students. Again, they may have gone to adult education, they may have aged out of public school because they were 22 or older, or they withdrew because they were 18 or older or 17, or the district tried to find them and couldn't. Next, please. About 11% of the students who transfer to public school were identified for special education when they were in the public school. I'm sorry, in private school. Thank you. About 22% of those who exit for homeschooling were identified by the public school for special education. And about 29% of those who exit K-12 without a credential were identified for special education.
And my apologies for interrupting for the quick moment. You do have 2 minutes left on your testimony, and we can come back to other points that might not be covered here later on in the question and answer portion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think essentially we could just skip to the next one. We're showing that of those who exit K-12 without a credential, vast majority are 18 or older, either going to adult education or withdrawing from school. There's a lot of 17-year-olds going to adult education as well. And you could see also those under 7 years of age who may be leaving school. And anyway, I think that's good. Thank you. Turn it back to the commissioner.
No, thank you. You have the full deck and the full report as well. We just really wanted to set the stage for exits from our public school as we are starting this conversation today. So thank you. We recognize, I think someone said it earlier, we've been benchmarking our neighboring states around us to see what they have on their books. And we can come back to that and talk about that later as well. But appreciate just setting the stage for what is happening. So as a conversation builds today, we have a foundation that we're all working with. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you to your staff. Next up, we will have the Department of Children and Family with Commissioner Jody Hill-Lilly. But Commissioner, before you begin, we did not recognize Senator Eric Berthel, who is a ranking member on the Education Committee from the Senate side. Senator, I know that you have some brief comments that you'd like to offer. We would like for you to have some time extended now to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the accommodation. I am online today. I'm unable to be in the building. I just wanted to send a message out to the homeschoolers in the room. You have my full support, and I want us to get through this day and figure out what direction we will go in as your state government. But let's listen and let's all be respectful and courteous today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for your brief comments, and we appreciate your work. Commissioner, you're set to begin. Please be sure to introduce your staff member with you, and your 15 minutes will now begin. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the chairs and to the ranking and esteemed members of the Education Committee. As mentioned, I'm Jody Hill-Lilly. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Children and Families, and I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you to discuss homeschooling in Connecticut, a subject that intersects directly with the rights of families and the responsibilities we all share to ensure the well-being of our children. This is indeed a lesson in civics, someone said earlier, and it does my heart good to see kids here demonstrating and voicing having their voices being heard. So in spite of it being a difficult conversation. I want to begin by affirming my respect for families who choose to homeschool. I did my homework and spent some time having meaningful discussions with family members and dear friends who are currently homeschooling. So my perspective is informed by important people in my life who are successfully homeschooling their children and out of protection for them as well. We know that homeschooling is done with intention and care and is overwhelmingly a rich, responsive, and an effective educational pathway. Parents who homeschool their children are deeply committed to academic excellence, often, I'm told, have academic expertise and provide individualized learning and strong family values. We honor and we support their right to do so. I also learned from talking to folks in the community that homeschooling in Connecticut in particular has really good connections with the theater and the arts. And so that kids are integrated into a lot of activities throughout Connecticut. From the child protection vantage point, we must also grapple with some rare and complex realities. In our work at the Department of Children and Families, we have seen concerning behaviors, not just with the misuse of homeschooling, but also, as mentioned previously, in situations where children are abruptly withdrawn from school or where families frequently move across districts and states to avoid detection. In these cases, education becomes a tool not for empowerment, but for concealment, used to isolate children and prevent educators and people like yourselves in the room from responding to difficult and challenging situations involving abuse and neglect. Let me be clear, these are not the norm. In spite of this, we have tragedies that are real, and their consequences can be devastating. When children disappear from the public, they are no longer seen by the public. When DCF gets involved, which you'll learn about in just a minute, there are limitations to what we can do, and we have limitations in our ability to remove children from their homes, and rightly so. In short, mandated reporters only need reasonable cause to suspect child abuse in order to make a report. But DCF has to prove, we have to prove imminency, that a child is at risk of imminent harm in order to remove a child or intervene. And in fact, we also cannot enforce cooperation with DCF without police or court involvement. So parents can refuse services from us and refuse to let us in their homes. But as we reflect on policies and legislative solutions, I urge us all to think about this, to avoid framing this as a binary issue of rights versus regulations, but instead seek a thoughtful balance, one that respects the autonomy of families while ensuring that all children, regardless of their educational setting, are safe and seen. This is not, I repeat, not about blaming homeschooling parents. In fact, I applaud their efforts. I think all parents do after the pandemic and we had to stay home and educate our kids. We appreciate and respect all that you do for our children. This is not necessarily casting blame on any of the systems. It's about closing unintentional loopholes that allow some of our most vulnerable children to fall through the cracks. I repeat, I welcome the opportunity to look at DCF statutes, policies, and procedures, and to work collaboratively with the Department of Education, with you all, with the families, with the OCA, to craft policies that uphold educational freedom while strengthening child safety and well-being. I'd like to now introduce to you all Vinnie Russo, our Chief Administrator of Government and Policy, And he's going to review some of our policies and statutes that have a nexus to homeschooling.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here today with everyone. Christian, please. So we're going to touch on these 4 topics today in this presentation briefly, just to give all of the audience an idea of what we do at DCF and how we operate in this sphere. Next slide, please. So educational neglect is defined in 46B 120 under the total neglect definition, including educationally that denied, that neglect is denied proper care and attention physically, educationally, emotionally, or morally. I know that Commissioner Russell Tucker touched on section 10-184, which really talks about the education requirements of children on parents. That simply parents are required to ensure their child is educated, and it has the language in there regarding equivalent instruction, which includes but is not limited to homeschooling, private school, and other educational arenas. And finally, in DCF policy 22-3, we have our operational definition for education, and that and this is just a snippet of that definition, but it basically says educational neglect occurs in part when a school-age child has excessive absences from school through the intent or neglect of the parent or caregiver. It's also stated that homeschooling is not educational neglect. So for us, we really rely on mandated reporters to inform us of when they believe a child may be abused or neglected. Those sections begin at 17A 101A, and there's a series of them. That can be reviewed, that direct mandated reporters on how to make reports, how we collect reports, and all of that. Mostly it focuses on how they must notify us for suspected abuse or neglect against a child, immunity from liability for making or not making a report in good faith, and training requirements for mandated reporters, as well as any penalties for not properly reporting suspected abuse or neglect to the department. It's important that 86% of our care line reports are received from mandated reporters. We have anywhere from 70 to 80,000 reports a year, 86% of those being made by mandated reporters. And of that mandated reporter set, 37% are made by school employees, our largest reporting group out there in the public. Just wanted to make sure we pointed out that last year, Public Act 2441 included amendments to the mandated reporter statutes, clarifying that reporters can conduct a preliminary inquiry before reporting to the care line in order to get a better understanding of what that child may or may not be facing when they appear with a potential bruise, or it allows them to ask some additional questions, as the next slide shows. So they can make those determinations and whether or not the report should be made to DCF or not. Once we do conduct our investigation and complete it, the mandated reporter must be notified of the outcome within 5 business days. And the mandated reporters must take trainings that we provide online or in person, and before they begin their position, and they must renew that triennially. So the next couple slides talk about our intake and investigation process. So when a report is made to the care line, it can be accepted or not accepted. It's all based on the statutory definitions that our care line social workers must follow. If accepted, the report is assigned a response time depending on their urgency and a differential response track. So we have 2 tracks, either a family assessment response track or an investigation. Once a report is accepted, it will be assigned to an area office intake social worker to complete such assessment or investigation. That intake social worker under the law has 33 business days to complete the assessment or investigation. If at the completion of a family assessment response, there is no finding of abuse or neglect, we may refer the family to services. As you may know, DCF offers a wider range of services for families outside of the child protection umbrella. And then this last part talks about at the end of the DCF investigation, and based on the findings, and with supervisor and manager approval, so we're doing this as a team, determination is made to either substantiate or not substantiate the allegations. The legal standard for substantiation is reasonable cause to believe that abuse or neglect has occurred. And that is repeated through all of the various statutes and policies that are listed there. So as the commissioner mentioned, there are some limitations to what DCF can do. Parents have a constitutional right to deny DCF access to their home and are not required to cooperate with us. We have to seek out a court order in order to have a parent work with us if necessary. Under 17A 101G, it does allow DCF to immediately remove a child from the home for a period not to exceed 96 hours, which is often shorthanded 96-hour hold that you may have heard about, but only if the circumstances meet a critical threshold. And it's quoted there where we need to have probable cause to believe that the child or any other child in the household is in imminent risk of physical harm from the child's surroundings, and the immediate removal from such surroundings is necessary to ensure the child's safety. Next slide, Christian. So then after following that 96-hour hold period, we must seek a court order to keep the child in DCF custody if sufficient grounds exist. And as you can see there, instead of repeating it, it's very similar language to what we need to prove to the court, what we need to have probable cause for to conduct a 96-hour hold originally. We can file a neglect petition in Superior Court for juvenile matters without seeking immediate removal, but the department must have sufficient legal grounds and evidence to do so. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the commissioner.
Once again, we thank you for this opportunity to appear before you. And we, as I mentioned before, very open to hearing feedback and hearing from the rest of the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate the information that your agency has provided to us. Next up, we will have the Office of the Child Advocate and the Acting Child Advocate, Christina Guillo, will present to us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the committee chairs and co-chairs and ranking members of both committees. My name is Christina Guillo. I am the acting child advocate, and I want to thank you for having this hearing today. I want to start with acknowledging that this conversation has in large part been triggered by an incident in Waterbury. And I want to say I understand that people are eager to understand what happened there. And our office continues to gather records. We are investigating. We will complete a thorough investigation. Where accountability is needed, we will hold people accountable. Where system change is needed, we will make recommendations for system change. I am not going to talk about that case today because that investigation is ongoing, but I do want to acknowledge that. We are here because we wanted to talk about children who are withdrawn from school with no follow-up. And that includes children, as you heard from the State Department of Education, who are withdrawn to go to private school or withdrawn to homeschool. And we issued a report earlier today that I'd like to talk about. I do want to let the families in the room know, the parents in the room know that there are a few slides coming up where I will be talking specifically about abuse of children, and I just want to make them aware of that before we get to that point of the presentation. So the State Department of Education's already talked about our compulsory attendance law, and I think what I would like to make clear is that currently, while the statute says a parent has to be able to show that the child is receiving equivalent instruction elsewhere, we really have not described that in law or in any kind of regulation of how that's supposed to happen. And that is a way in which Connecticut stands alone in New England. We have currently, a parent can sign the withdrawal form. They can check off, I'm going to private school or I'm going to homeschool. And currently what happens then is nothing. No one checks on them. That's entered into the system. And unless and until they come back to the district, there is no check on that child at all. Next slide. So I want to acknowledge, as other people have already, homeschooling can be amazing for kids. There are parents, like many other people here, I also know someone who homeschooled their child, and it was a beautiful experience. Parents who are homeschooling their children purposely ensure the instruction, they ensure activities and engagement and community. And we have no problem with that. I support parents' right to homeschool. Our office supports the right to homeschool. What we are looking for is balance between the parent's right to homeschool, the state's right to ensure that all children are educated, and children's rights to an education and to be free from abuse and neglect. So what we are most concerned about is what the Coalition for Responsible Home Education refers to as non-purposeful homeschooling. Homeschooling itself is not a risk factor. There's no evidence of that. But there is growing evidence that there is a relationship between the withdrawal from school and non-purposeful homeschooling. So we're talking about instances in which, in reaction to something like chronic absenteeism, like DCF referrals, that parents remove their children, say they're homeschooling, but are not in fact homeschooling. Those are the kids that we're worried about. And what we're mostly concerned about is that we have no current way of assuring that children who've been withdrawn from school for equivalent instruction elsewhere are receiving instruction. We know that there are children who have been abused and neglected under the false pretense of homeschooling. And we know that there are children who are removed days after DCF finishes their investigation, sometimes a month later, sometimes days later. And the concern is that when children are removed under those circumstances, there is a unique ability to hide that child. And that is where the danger is. Our office first became involved in looking at this issue following the death of Matthew Tirado. I'm sure people in the room are familiar with that. Matthew Tirado was not homeschooled, but he was chronically absent and kept home from school by his mother. 3 months before Matthew died from abuse, dehydration, and starvation, his 3rd grade sister was removed, withdrawn from school under the false pretense of homeschooling, and removed from the visibility of authorities. And I just want to say, what I have here is that notice of intent to homeschool that she filed, which looks like every other notice of intent to homeschool. There's nothing about it that would give you pause. And yet she was withdrawn under those circumstances. And this is the reason we started to look at, well, what do our laws require and how can we keep kids safe? Next slide. After we finished the report regarding Matthew Tirado, and we made a host of recommendations there with regard to DCF and the quality of investigations and ways to improve those. We also then looked at, we wanted to get an understanding of the population of children who are removed. So in 2018, we did a study of 6 districts, and we found in those 6 districts over a 3-year period, there were 380 children removed. 36% of those children lived in families with at least 1 prior report to DCF, and 11% lived in families with 4 or more accepted reports. And so what we did, well, I know we're limited for time, so I'm going to move to the next slide. We made recommendations at that time to address the issue of ensuring that we follow up when children are removed from school for the purpose of homeschooling. There was a bill that was proposed in 2019. It did not pass. And so we have continued to leave this issue unaddressed. And so in our report that we issued this morning, I talked about William, which is a pseudonym. William is a 10-year-old child who was found hidden away in January of 2023. Police responded to a domestic disturbance, and they found a boy locked in a room with injuries. He had broken bones, and he had what's called cauliflower ear, which is a deformity of your ear that comes from being hit repeatedly. That child's family, the mother, had a very lengthy DCF history. From the time of his birth, though, the parents' rights to older children were terminated. From the time of this child's birth until the time he was found in January, there were 2 reports to DCF. Neither of those reports was substantiated. In one of them, DCF, even though they didn't substantiate, kept the case open for 6 months to make sure things were okay. The last report was unsubstantiated. That was 20 months before he was removed from school. We obtained his school records. There was no evidence in the school record that suggested that he was being abused and neglected. And when he withdrew, there was nothing to suggest that the school should file a report with DCF. So he was withdrawn without any report to DCF. And I just want to say, the sole act of removing your child to homeschool should not generate a report to DCF. Reports to DCF should be on a particularized concern of abuse or neglect. So he was withdrawn. His mother admitted to police, according to the warrant, that he was withdrawn to hide the abuse. Those are the kids we're worried about. And it is the view of my office that so long as we have no regulation, that will continue to happen. That's what we're trying to address. And it's challenging to identify policies that address that while ensuring that people who want to homeschool can continue to homeschool. But that's our goal, and that's what we're trying to do. Next one. So I'm just going to go through some of the data from our 2025 report. So this time we really wanted to understand what things look like from a statewide perspective, because we had just looked at 6 districts previously. And so what we found, and this data is as of April 7th, 2025, a period of 3 years, that in terms of children of all ages withdrawn from public school for equivalent instruction elsewhere, there were 10,636 withdrawn to go to private school and 5,109 withdrawn to be homeschooled. And the State Department of Ed said earlier, these are only children who've been enrolled and withdrawn. So this is not the universe of all children who go to private school or all children who go to homeschool. These are children who had previously enrolled. Any child that was withdrawn prior to 2021 and still remaining in either of those places is also not in this count. So this is just within that time period, students who withdrew. Next slide. We really wanted to look at the young children and also children who are required to be in school. So we asked the State Department of Education for data, child-specific data, and we looked at children aged 7 to 11, so including 7 and 11, right? So really we're talking about elementary age kids. So the total number for that subset was 4,789 children. 3,242 went to private school and 1,547 were withdrawn to be homeschooled. So that's the group that we looked at. Oh, that's fake. That's the group that we looked at here. So we wanted to understand the rate of chronic absenteeism in that group. 31%, it's 30.9%. Of the children age 7 to 11 who were withdrawn for homeschooling were previously chronically absent from public school. And 19% had a prior special education. And the other bar there is just the state average for the same time period. It's slightly lower for the state data goes by grade level. Our data goes by age, so it's a little bit different. But if you look just at elementary school, it's a little bit lower than the 20%, but 20% is the statewide average for all kids. And so this group had 31 or 30%, 31% who were chronically absent. And why do we care about chronic absenteeism? We care because it raises concerns about whether or not those are purposeful withdrawals that we talked about earlier. It raises concern because children who are chronically absent are more at risk with regard to their academic future. And the other piece that I think is important is when a child's chronically absent, State Department of Ed talked about this a little bit, they track that child. The district is supposed to be doing outreach. They go out to the home. They're trying to get that child re-engaged. The minute that child is withdrawn to go to private school or homeschool, all of that stops. And so I think that's important for us to think about. You have a chronically absent child and you're getting called to DCF because of excessive absences. You can stop that by withdrawing your child and saying that you're going to homeschool. Okay, next slide. What we found in our data set.
Would you mind
is-
summarizing for
yeah.
us? Thank you, ma'am.
So what we found was significant rates of DCF involvement. I do want to go, if I could, just to the slide, if you can, I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going. There you go. So Connecticut is an outlier. This is a chart with the other states in New England. Connecticut is one of 12 states throughout the country that has no regulation or very low regulation. All of the other New England states have a regulatory framework, and that is what we are recommending. Our recommendations are detailed in the report, and I'll be happy to answer any other questions when the time is right.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. That now concludes our public testimony from agencies. We will now move into public testimony, 15 minutes each from subject matter experts, starting with the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, Fran Rabinowitz.
Good afternoon, chairs of education and chairs of the Children's Committee, as well as ranking members. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. I would be remiss, however, if I didn't begin by congratulating the children in this room. I've seen a lot of children in my career, and these children are incredibly well behaved. So thank you for that. It's not easy. My name's Fran Rabinowitz. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents. I've also served as an interim superintendent in Bridgeport for 3 years and in Hamden, and as Associate Commissioner of Education. I'm here today representing superintendents to ask that the Education and Children's Committee consider establishing enforceable regulations around homeschooling in Connecticut. We all know, all of us, I have 3 children, I participated in sports, etc. And I participated in town sports with many homeschool children as well. And the experiences were amazing. But we want to be clear as superintendents that we do not in any way, shape, or form want to control homeschooling. We want you to know that we respect homeschoolers and all that you do. But we do want to safeguard every child in Connecticut and ensure that we are upholding our obligation to the state constitution that all students must be educated. We are simply asking that the families of homeschoolers be required to complete that form that you saw from the child advocate. Right now, there is no requirement for that form to be completed. Parents and families may complete it if they so choose, but they do not have to. And we would also ask that that form then be submitted to the school district. We ask that each year an academic evaluation be done. That doesn't mean we do it. It means that we could work with all of you to determine what that evaluation looks like. Maybe it is a portfolio. Maybe it is a standardized test. Maybe it is something that the Homeschool Association has. We don't want to judge whether or not you are educating. We just want to know that you are educating your children. In addition, we would like a health form completed by the child's pediatrician or appropriate medical personnel in kindergarten, 6 and 9. That's what we do for public schools. I know of many exemplary examples of wonderful homeschooling experiences and very, very successful adults who were homeschooled. I am not arguing on behalf of superintendents, the efficacy of homeschooling, and superintendents, let me just be clear, do not want to stifle or be in charge of homeschooling in any way. It's the parents' or guardian's right to decide how to educate their child. Please know that. And we are not asking for the stringent requirements that our neighboring states have. We don't want to regulate your textbooks, your hours of homeschooling, your credentials, as many states presently do. We just want to know that all of our children in Connecticut are safe and educated. Yes, I know the Waterbury situation triggered this issue again, but honestly, I've been concerned about the lack of knowledge of the welfare of many homeschooled children from the early 2000s. I, like many of my colleagues, have had nagging concerns about children who were chronically absent, and when follow-ups with families were done, we were told that children were being homeschooled. As you know, that drops our follow-up. We don't have any rights to follow up once they are home, once we're told they are being homeschooled. Many of these children had a recent DCF involvement or a DCF investigation that had recently been completed. Some of these children eventually returned to public school, but honestly, some did not. And I and many of my colleagues have no knowledge of those children or their well-being ever again. We are asking you for a statute that upholds the state constitution and allows us to keep all of Connecticut's children safe and educated. I thank you for your time, and I will certainly stay and be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your testimony. Next up, we will have hear from the National Home Education Legal Defense, and that testimony will come from Attorney Deborah Stevenson. Ms. Stevenson, you're more than welcome to join us up front. That was not a home run, for the record.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. I want to make a preliminary statement here. I am not speaking on behalf of my organization, National Home Education Legal Defense. I am here speaking on my own behalf as a former homeschool parent of 2 children and the current homeschool guardian of my niece. And based on my I'm legal counsel for the Connecticut Homeschool Network, and I have over 30 years of experience in this regard. First of all, a little housekeeping issue also. I am really disappointed that one of the statewide homeschool groups was not invited to attend this session. Teach CT had expected to be on the agenda, but was booted off for reasons unknown at this point. I think that's an affront because this is a state issue. It's not a national issue. And in place of Teach CT, I gather that the Coalition for Responsible Home Education was put in their place, which is a national group and has really no connections here in Connecticut, other than to lobby this entity. So I will do my best. Also, I have an objection to this hearing being called at all, because this could have, if the Waterbury incident was an impetus for this, that incident occurred in February, and this panel had plenty of time, and any individual legislator had plenty of time to raise this issue before now and go through the regular committee process and public hearing. All of the people in the state that are outside these doors right now are very extremely upset that they were not and are not able to speak as to this issue. And they're not just homeschoolers. There are individuals who are just regular people saying, why is this have anything to do with homeschooling? It doesn't. This is not a homeschool issue. We have no evidence on the record that this child was ever withdrawn from enrollment at the Waterbury public school system in order to homeschool. There's no evidence at all. There, evidence is fact-based and on the record and under oath. There isn't any. This case is being still investigated, and there hasn't even been a trial. What we have is hearsay that someone reported to DCF that they thought he was homeschooled. That's not evidence. That's something that should be investigated by DCF and either proven or not. But right now, there is no evidence he was withdrawn. This child was enrolled in the public school system in Waterbury for 5 full years. And for 5 full years, if you don't know it, it's been reported, and which is also not evidence. We don't have any fact basis, but if you accept what was reported and stated by the principal of the Waterbury school system, everyone in the school system, his words, not mine, knew that this child was starving. Why did they know he was starving for 5 full years? Because they saw him. They had eyes on him for 5 full years, and they saw him steal food from other children and wherever he could, and they saw him rummage through garbage to get food. And this went on for 5 full years, to such a point that the teachers, according to the principal, were bringing in food to help this starving child. Then this child, to their credit, the principal of the school reported this to DCF. He claims he reported it in the newspaper about 20 times. And what happened to that report? Apparently, according to the principal, not a whole heck of a lot. DCF, and according to the police affidavit, the affidavit to get an arrest warrant, the police said that they and DCF went to this home twice. And the police affidavit also says that the victim said that when DCF was going to show up, or the police was going to show up, the alleged perpetrator, the stepmother, told the child, you have to say everything is okay, or I will take more food away from you and I will make sure that you remain in your room even longer, locked in your room. So he did. So when the police and DCF arrived, the stepmother says, everything's okay. And DCF and the police said, well, I guess everything is okay. And there the child remained for, I don't know what the period of time exactly was between the time that happened and the time he actually was continued to be prevented to go to school. But it was not too long after that, because the alleged perpetrator told DCF and the police, this is in the police incident report, that the stepmother was annoyed at having DCF continue to contact her. And so she didn't want to hear any more about DCF. So that's when she started to prevent the child from going to school. So this is not about homeschooling. This is about why didn't the police and DCF follow up when they had witnesses for 5 years, eyes on the child in the public school system, watching this child starve? Why didn't they follow up when she said everything is okay? Do police investigations or DCF investigations stop when the alleged perpetrator says nothing wrong here? Is that a complete investigation? DCF and the police already have that authority to follow up, and apparently they didn't. So this child was enrolled and chronically absent, which is a euphemism for truant, for the time since the parent prevented him from going to school until 20 years later. That's the evidence we have, because we have evidence he was enrolled and no evidence that he was withdrawn, and by any paperwork. and no evidence that he was homeschooled. Those are the facts, and I would hope this committee would take those facts into consideration and look at these documents for yourself so you can make an honest determination. So this meeting, this informational session, I'm not sure exactly why it's taking place, especially on an emergency basis when this was known in February. The public doesn't know either. The public wants answers to that as well. So the idea that, and I appreciate all the commissioners coming forward, but I do have some comments on what they have said. First of all, you really need to look at the statutes that are applicable for yourselves. And I tell all my clients to do that. Don't take my word, don't take anyone's word, read them for yourself, particularly 10-184. No one of the commissioners stated the title of that statute, and it's entitled Duties of Parents. Okay, and somewhat fraudulently, perhaps, I don't know what the intention is, but I do know that each and every one of them omitted the most important first sentence of 10-184. And that sentence says, I have it right here, it says basically that all parents shall bring up their child in some lawful employment and instruct them or cause them to be instructed in, and then it lists reading, writing, spelling, English grammar, geography, arithmetic, and United States history, and in citizenship, including a study of the town, state, and federal governments. We are regulated. This is our regulation, and not one of the commissioners read that particular portion of the statute. They glossed over it and went to the second part of the statute. Now, let me give you a little history on this statute, because I've done my homework over 30 years. So did the Department of Education. Early on, they did a legislative history of this statute, and they came up with a report, which I still have from many years ago, and it stated, and I have verified that by my own research, that this first sentence of the statute was the only sentence that was there in some form or another since the Code of 1650. This was the first codified statute of the duties of parents, this first sentence. In other words, everyone truly understood that it is the duty of parents, now the statutory mandate of parents, to instruct their children or cause them to be instructed in those subjects. It has been that way forever. In the 1880s, the rest of the statute came into play and amended in just recently. But that came into play because a lot of the parents at that time were sending their children to the factories. And so we have the compulsory attendance portion of the statute. And even that was misunderstood and misread to you, misapplied to you, because they went to that second statute, which says basically that children between certain ages must attend a public school. Well, that's true, but only if they are not undertaking their initial duty to instruct their own children, as the statute requires. So that second sentence of the statute says, yes, children between those certain ages, the parents must send them to the public school unless those parents with those children between those ages are able to show that those children are being given equivalent instruction elsewhere. Now, if you're not doing your duty under sentence number 1 and instructing your own children, and you are not going to send them to public school, then and only then does the equivalent instruction portion come into play. Now, where can the parents show equivalent instruction if they're not undertaking their own duty to instruct and they're not sending the children to public school? The only place left is private school. So that is actually how the statute is broken up. The legislative history proves it. And I don't understand why any one of these commissioners, their staff, and their attorneys have not told you the truth about that statute, because it's been around for 30 years and the homeschoolers have been advised about that statute, know that statute practically by heart, every one of them, and abide by it. But you were not told the truth today. And I would ask you all to ask them why. Do they know about that? Did they do their legislative history, or are they just obfuscating intentionally? I don't know. Furthermore, Commissioner Tucker said a few things I'd like to discuss. She described that they do give guidance, but again, she did skip that first sentence. The documentation required to be exited. Well, if you read 10-184, there is the requirements she stated about how to withdraw is applicable to those that are in the statute. But for the elementary grades, there isn't any particular manner of withdrawing from a public school. Now, the public schools have adopted their own policies, but policies are not statutory law and they're not regulatory law. In other words, they're not enforceable. They are requests from each district to fill out our paperwork. A lot of the paperwork they are requiring, or under their policy, unenforceable, is called a notice of intent. And under that notice of intent, as it was adopted back in 1990 by the State Department of Education, only as their policy, not adopted as statutory regulatory law, that notice of intent says that parents must file the notice of intent under no basis in law, or the children can be called truant. Well, that is totally contradictory to the actual statute on truancy, 10-198A, which says at the very beginning, children who are enrolled in a public or private school and have a certain number of unexcused absences shall be considered truant. Children who are parents who are undertaking their own duty to instruct their own children, or parents who have withdrawn their child from the school, those children cannot be considered truant. They're not enrolled in a public or private school. So the local school districts basically for about 30 years have been trying to get parents to file that notice of intent. And I think that's what they're confusing with a letter of withdrawal. Notice of intent, it may be their policy. And when you are enrolled in a public school, you're required to follow their policies as parents and students. However, when you're not enrolled in the school, you're not required to follow policies. You're required to follow statutes and regulations, but not someone's policy. Maybe a policy at your workplace to do something, but once you leave the workplace, that is not enforceable unless the statute says you have to do something.
Ms.
When you
Stevenson,
left
will
your
you please
employee.
summarize? You have 1 minute left, ma'am.
Certainly. Okay. We are, every single homeschooler is advised by the homeschool groups to file a letter of withdrawal stating name, age of the child, where the child is being educated under Connecticut General Statute 10-184. All the other neglect statutes also apply to homeschoolers. We are regulated in that manner just as everyone else is. What happened here is the agencies did not follow up on their duty because they have the authority to fully investigate. They have the authority to do a 96-hour hold on a child they suspect is just hiding from DCF that has prior, history with DCF. They have the authority right now. They have failed to do it. I would ask you to question, why isn't this a hearing on the failures of the agencies? Why is this turned on homeschooling when homeschooling has nothing to do with what happened in
Excuse me,
Waterbury?
Stevenson, I don't want to be rude to you. I don't want to cut you off, but you are at time, ma'am, and we do appreciate your testimony. I do just want to reiterate once again that while we understand the concern and we recognize the importance of having timely conversations within the legislature, the reality is that certainly planning and coordinating for any session of any kind like this, while also identifying experts and ensuring that we have accurate and comprehensive resources and making space for community voices like yours, ma'am, that does take time. And while the Waterbury case certainly has elevated public attention, our goal with this session is not to be reactive to any single incident, of course, but to offer long-term support and understanding and accountability for families and advocates in the homeschooling community. And I just want to say that this session is a part of a broader ongoing effort to ensure that children are safe, supported, and seen no matter which educational setting that they are in. We appreciate your testimony, ma'am, and we'll move forward to the next one. Thank you very much. please hold, if you could please hold all of your applause so we can get through the next two, I appreciate it. Next up, we have the Connecticut Homeschool Network with Diane Connors.
Greetings, Education and Children's Committee. Can you hear me?
If you could move up closer, I think that might be better, and project a little
I'm
bit
kind of
if
short.
possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
As founder and co-president of Connecticut Homeschool Network, known as CHN, I was invited here to discuss homeschooling. Why? In our view, subterfuge, politics, safety. Here is some insight into home education in 2025 here in Connecticut. Many parents make sacrifices to homeschool their children because of public school dissatisfaction. CHN and homeschool parents talk to many teachers, social workers, nurses, service providers, former DCF staff, Board of Ed members, and maintenance workers who are seeking homeschool information. They want their kids outside of the schools because they have been on the inside. I will focus briefly on the areas of concern, addressing some general reasons parents withdraw their children. Academic concerns. Parents realize that they can do a better job with academics at home than the schools do. Often, special needs children flourish at home as the school structure is too much for them. The nation's report card website clearly shows students being graduated from 12th grade who struggle to read and write or do math or other subjects at a concerning rate of 42%. Why? 2, social and emotional concerns. 10 to 20% of public school students from K to 12 are sexually or physically abused by the adult staff, a nationwide epidemic. That doesn't even count student-to-student unsafe interactions, unresolved bullying with suicide risk, violent environments, social influences to take drugs, especially in sports, and child trafficking. Districts often keep those employees and, quote, pass the trash, as they call it. Thus, those people still have access to children. Why are they given at least a second chance, if not more? 3, special needs. The public schools fail the 450,000 students in Connecticut who endure restraint and seclusion. 463 of them were left with injuries. Why is it that the state has been unwilling to work with people like Dr. Ross Green out of Boston, who has successful time-proven methods to assist children with behavioral and emotional issues? His methods do not require restraint and seclusion, which itself can trigger a child. But his work has not been welcomed in Connecticut despite him reaching out. That is not a rumor. I spoke to him myself. The Waterbury victim was not homeschooled, as 2 rumors quoted. He was enrolled and truant. DCF does not want it pinned on them, and we don't deserve to have it pinned on us. There were over 20 calls to Waterbury DCF. 2 wellness checks were done by Waterbury police. But if a homeschooler delivers a letter of withdrawal so that the school knows where the child is and why, yet sometimes they still weaponize DCF with false reporting, which DCF intake workers accept. Why? Isn't it interesting that 20+ calls can't get the job done for a truly endangered child when everyone knew something was grossly wrong? DCF didn't figure that shout from the rooftops out, but they find time to accept false reporting from school districts against homeschool families who are threatened solely for not filing the notice of intent. Do you wonder why we do not want any regulations? Why to us, it does not at all seem reasonable? Or why we don't want to report back to the same people that some of our children had very bad experiences with? And let me just say, we have many homeschoolers who, as I said, teachers, et cetera, their children have been physically and sexually abused in Connecticut. What do you think is going to happen if you mandate that we have to report back to the same people that abused our children? Let me tell you how many thousands of children in Connecticut right now are watching this. You are accountable to them. They are our future. Never mind the undeserved insult to our credibility, integrity, and ability. This issue of regulation is not at all as simple as some might think. Deciding, as I just said, I'm going to repeat it, so forgive me, deciding that homeschoolers should register or do an NOI or a portfolio review with the same schools who fail, where their children were in many cases abused, is a really bad and irresponsible idea. Let it also be known that in the homeschool community, there are a huge community that includes numerous mandated reporters within our ranks. Why would you give a fox the keys to the hen house? Please think about this. People move to Connecticut because of our homeschool law. I need water. 10-184 is pristine. It has stood the test of time despite the fact, as Attorney Stevenson said, certain people in the government have selectively chosen the words and overlooked 10-184 is the legal duties of parents. We are regulated. We are mandated to instruct our children in the subjects that are listed and to raise them in a lawful employment. It has stood the test of time. We are fully capable of enrolling our children. Thank you. And I feel like my tongue is sticking to the roof of my mouth because I'm nervous. Let me just take a drink. Thank you. What was it? We are fully capable of enrolling our children if we choose to, and withdrawing them if we choose to. Government eyes on the children failures has led to 80 to 90,000 students who are chronically absent and truant in Connecticut, and whose safety is in question because they are enrolled and who knows where they are. They are unsafe inside the schools and they are unsafe outside the schools. Either way, the schools do not have control and the kids are at risk. Next, bear with me because this is going to trigger some people. CRHE is known nationwide in homeschool communities for their misrepresented statistics. They favor repeatedly citing the 36% statistic that former OCA Sarah Egan cited in the Toronto report. She took personal cherry-picked data from homeschoolers' notices of intent without parental knowledge or permission and used them with DCF data? Really? Guilty until proven innocent? CRHE chooses to repeatedly cite that Connecticut homeschoolers are known for torturing their children in reference to the Toronto case, which of course was horrific, and he was not homeschooled. That's defamation. That is an insult by CRHE to the entire state of Connecticut's homeschool community, and they have cited it repeatedly in interviews that have been published across this nation. Please don't be duped, legislators, by any statistics without further research. We assure you, in the homeschool community, we have mathematicians and statisticians who have looked at this data. They do know their math. And there is much more to the story. As for the game of follow the leader, it has been said, but other states around Connecticut are regulated, so it follows that Connecticut should be too, right? Since we don't want to be an outlier. No, Homeschoolers don't wear Nikes just because everyone else is doing it. There are states who are currently and have been for the last several years reducing regulations and going from high levels of regulation to lower. Why? Because a law on a book isn't going to stop bad people from doing bad things, and it isn't going to help positive outcomes for the people that are committed to their children. And I will get to that in a moment. They have figured out there is no correlation between levels of regulation and success outcomes. Increased regulations have never shown improved outcomes. We already have fantastic outcomes. If you want to, quote, come after us, we welcome you to do it to our faces, not you, everyone. Raise a bill and hold a public hearing. You do not understand. You need to know these abuse stories and these people that took their children out and why they're out there like they are. They know. We all know, because yes, there are many of us, but we are a fraction of the education community and the school age community in this state. There are no secrets. Set aside all of your rooms because we will fill them, and I would ask that you have some good desserts in the cafeteria. Plan for company. There is no emergency. We don't accept being scapegoated. And finally, I don't know how much time I have, but I would like to give what I have left to Tim Knotts, the president of Teach Connecticut. And whether it's true or not, our understanding in the entire homeschool community is that Representative Jennifer Leeper removed him after.
Excuse
he
me,
was
Ms.
already
Connors.
on.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I have to respectfully disagree with you as the
That's
chair of
okay.
this hearing.
That's
I
okay.
appreciate that.
I'm just sharing what we know. So
Yes, ma'am.
if we don't talk about it, then we don't know. And I've got like two more sentences here. So that's my 2025 update on the state of home education in Connecticut. I have seen firsthand how hard some of you legislators have worked in this past week, and it is truly admirable. The homeschool community tries to keep its head down and stay away from you. And here we are, you know, but it really is. And I sincerely thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, ma'am. With that said, if that is the end of your, we will not permit another speaker to come on that was not already on the agenda or invited for the informational session. We hope that you certainly understand that is at the discretion of the chairs, and that was not previously agreed upon. If that concludes your testimony, ma'am, we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please hold, excuse me. Many of you may not know this. It is out of decorum for there to be applause in public or informational sessions and hearings. So please hold all applause. Next, we have the Coalition for Responsible Home Education. Mr. Bo Triba will come up to offer testimony for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to say a special thank you to Representatives Leeper and Paris and Senators McCrory and Maher for inviting me to speak today. It is truly an honor and a dream to address you all today on behalf of the Coalition for Responsible Home Education. My name is Bo Triba, and I am a homeschool alumni. I was homeschooled from pretty much kindergarten all the way through high school. And I'm also a certified recovery support specialist. I'm here today as a subject matter expert on the topic of homeschooling. I plan to use my time to share my own personal story as a homeschool alum and some facts and statistics about homeschooling to give you information to make better decisions about homeschooling legislation. It is my personal hope that you will really listen to this information and use it to help create a safer world for homeschooled students, like the many that are here today. I hope you will bring about a world full of resources and accountability for homeschooled families. As a recovery support specialist, I use my lived experience as a person in recovery to support and advocate for other folks in recovery. It is my passion and honor to use my lived experience to support others. Recovery looks different for everyone. Sadly, my recovery story is not an isolated incident. I believe it was entirely preventable and avoidable. In this talk, I will be discussing child abuse, educational neglect, and suicide. I recognize that this is a professional setting and that there are many children present. Please feel free to take space if you need to, but open yourself up to any emotions that may come up as you listen, and take care of yourself. To hide and cultivate the abuse I suffered as a child, I was not allowed to attend school. As a result, there were no adults that I knew outside of the community I was raised in that I could go to asking for help. This was by design. Most of my elementary and middle school days consisted of me being handed a textbook and teaching myself by reading the textbook. I preferred this to the alternative of being taught by my mother, who was not kind to me. In fact, I believe she was outright physically abusive and neglectful, often using physical punishments and purposeful neglect as teaching tactics. All of my textbooks had to be pre-approved by the evangelical Christian homeschooling community here in Connecticut that my parents were a part of. Nearly everything in my life was controlled by this group. They controlled what I wore, who I could be friends with, and what I ate. I thought this was normal. It just seemed like home to me. So why was this allowed to happen? And we've talked about the homeschooling statute in Connecticut, that children are not required to attend school as long as their caregiver is able to show that the child is elsewhere receiving equivalent instruction in the studies taught in public schools. We've talked about that a lot today. And it did not, that statute, the regulations that we have now, did nothing to ensure my education. My mother would routinely update my homemade transcript to say that I was learning all the things a public school child of my age was learning, and maybe even a little bit more. I don't believe my education was equivalent to the studies taught in public schools. Now I know the information I was taught was simply not accurate. Some of it was outdated, some of it was wrong, some of it was deliberate lies to keep me from questioning the church. The truth is, there are no hard requirements for parents notifying intent to homeschool in Connecticut. There are some guidelines, and consequences for following them are minimal, or for not following them are minimal, excuse me. There are no requirements for homeschooling parents to be qualified, practice bookkeeping, or keep records of days and hours spent educating their children. There are no requirements for external assessment or intervention. My parents occasionally met with the superintendent of schools in their town, but were advised by their religious homeschooling community here in Connecticut to purposefully give as little information as possible. They were told by this group that it was their right to omit abuse and educational neglect from their optional reports to the superintendent. This was reinforced by the state's inaction to protect homeschooled children like myself. I am really grateful that I was a voracious reader. Because of my hunger for knowledge, I was able to keep living through the abuse for so long. Reading made me feel less alone. I knew that reading anything my parents or someone else's parents deemed inappropriate would get me in trouble. And I don't remember what I was reading when I finally got caught reading something inappropriate. But I do remember I was punished so severely that in the future, I chose safety and stopped reading books altogether. As a part of my story, I will be naming a specific homeschooling organization called Classical Conversations that operated here in Connecticut. They are a major part of the painful parts of my high school years. I'm not up to date on their policies and actions, and my involvement with them ended a long time ago. This is simply my story told from my perspective. In 2014, my parents signed me and my siblings up with a homeschooling organization known as Classical Conversations. It was recommended by other people in their church. Classical Conversations promised to uphold all the strict religious standards my parents approved of. Myself and my siblings would be provided with community to mimic a school classroom. Classical Conversations was costly, but they promised it would be helpful to me. At 13 years old, I wasn't so hopeful. The night they told me they had to stop paying for my piano lessons to pay for the textbooks and fees associated with the organization, I cried myself to sleep. I felt like my life was over. Because of the extreme isolation I had suffered, things like weekly piano lessons were my social life. While being homeschooled, I felt so alone and literally had no one to reach out to for help. While part of Classical Conversations, I spent one day a week inside a church in a parent-led classroom of other homeschooled kids. The textbooks were expensive and full of fancy words that I didn't understand. I pretended to study subjects such as Latin, etiquette, debate, and classic literature. In reality, I received extensive amounts of busy work to do and no accommodations for my overwhelming anxiety and depression. My homeschool education has simply not prepared me for adult life. The subjects I studied just weren't helpful. Some of the information was outdated, some of it was overly complex, and most of it was just bigoted and puritanical. There was no certified teacher in the room, and I was only with a group of kids once a week. I mostly got along great with the other kids, but the biggest bullies that I encountered were the other parents. I was told we should be grateful that our parents were paying lots of money to Classical Conversations to use their books. There were no social services, prepared lunches, or other amenities usually provided to high school students. This was not equivalent to a school by design. This was not a school. I did very little studying and a lot of crying. If I had been graded by an actual teacher, I probably would have failed every class. But the parents and adults of this organization didn't seem to notice. They just promoted us as, quote, poster children of homeschooling. Literally their words to me. We came to the Capitol, as many people have today, and spoke to legislators every spring. In my experience, coming to Capitol Day as a homeschooled child often made me feel like a neglected show pony on display and not like a real person. But for me, the consequences of opting out were so severe that I chose to endure. I have never felt more alone than I did while being homeschooled. I did not feel supported, and I had no one to reach out to for help. Days before my 16th birthday, I committed a failed suicide attempt. No one from the homeschooling community or Classical Conversations reached out to me. I was not hospitalized, and I did not receive professional mental health care. Nothing in my life really changed when I tried to commit suicide the first time. I did receive biblical counseling at my parents' church for a few months, and I think this did more harm than good. Eventually, I convinced my parents to help me go to community college. I was 17. According to my transcript, after 11 years, I had met every requirement to graduate high school as a homeschooler in Connecticut. Shortly after I started college, I moved out of my parents' house. Later that year, I attempted suicide and failed again. And then the long process of my recovery began. This story is not pretty. It's messy and heavy and by no means an isolated incident. Stories like mine continue to happen right under your nose. But you don't have to listen to my anecdotal evidence. I'll bring up the case from Waterbury as an example, but there are also hundreds of cases in the public record of abusive caregivers using the cover of homeschooling to abuse and neglect their children. If you feel up to the task, take a look at them. They're compiled by the Coalition for Responsible Home Education in the Homeschooling's Invisible Children database. The database can be found on hsinvisibleChildren.org. It contains over 500 cases that have resulted in over 220 fatalities of homeschooled children. This is heavily under-inclusive because it only includes cases that make the public record. This is not the entirety. Right now, Connecticut trails behind states in its other protections, but it doesn't have to stay that way. Common sense homeschool oversight protects children's rights to safety and an education while also preserving what is good about homeschooling. Lastly, I'd like to say that my recovery was so worth it. I couldn't be prouder of who I've become. I am so happy to stand here before you alive and well, despite the things I have been through. I want to empower you to make a difference to keep homeschool safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. We're now going to move into the question and answer portion. We're going to do this decently and in order, as they like to say in my family. And so we're going to offer our agency heads and Fran Rabinowitz chairs here in the front. If you could come take your seats here. And then Deborah, Diane, and Bo, if you will take seats over here, because we want you all together up front. So it doesn't make it awkward for you to go back and forth. We would just like to also say a quick thanks to Jazz and Christian, who are the clerks of the Children's and Education's Committee, for helping us out throughout this process. And for any of the members up here, please let Representative Weeper. Please let Representative Wheelander know if you have a question. She will be keeping track so that we can call on you as best as we can in order. And we're going to do first round of all the questions, as we always do in public hearings first, and then we will come back to you for a second question after all of the first questions from all of those who have gone for the first time have been asked and answered. I do just want to remind everyone to please remain, of course, respectful as you have been throughout the process, mindful and open to the answers and questions. And that goes both for those who are answering the questions and, of course, the legislators above. Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Kitt, followed by Senator Spazio.
Thank you. First, I would like to say to Bo, I'm so glad you are here and that your suicide attempts failed. And thank you for your advocacy for the unseen, invisible children. My question, and I want to preface everything, my remarks, my questions with, I respect parents' rights to homeschool. And I would say that the vast overwhelming majority of homeschool families are doing an excellent job, not adequate, excellent job. Our concern here are for the minority, very small minority of families who are abusing our lack of oversight for our homeschooling families to abuse their kids and promote educational abuse. That being said, and this is a process where we need to hear from everybody on how we can best protect all of our children. So my question, I think, would be for Attorney Stevenson and for Diane. You know, we say that we have regulations regarding homeschooling. I have not been able to see any regulation that says you have to prove that your child is getting an education. What safeguards would you think appropriate? And I'm asking this in all on, intellectual honesty and political honesty. How do we ensure that somebody who pulls their child out to homeschool is actually doing the work to homeschool and that their children are receiving an adequate education?
It's called innocent until proven guilty, number one. Okay, until there's a report that there's someone who is being neglected educationally. In addition to that, I would refer you to the Connecticut State Supreme Court decision in the CJEF case, where in part of that decision, the Supreme Court said that the public school system, that you have to provide a basically minimal public school education to the children, but the children do not have to learn. That is what the state Supreme Court said about the public school system. And I guess that bears out in reality when now we have a suit against one school district for someone who graduated and didn't know how to read and write. So that is the status of the law. And I think it should be honored, especially since that's constitutional. In addition, the state constitution says nothing, gives no authority specifically to anyone in the state regarding the education of children by their parents. What the state constitution does provide is that there shall be a perpetual school fund for public purposes for the public school system. So, you know, I guess that answers as much as I can say, because in any other regard, you know, it's innocent until proven guilty. And we have a system in place already to have anyone report. It's not just mandated reporters who can call DCF and say that there's a problem here. This child is not being educated or this child is not safe in any manner. Anyone from the public can do that.
But if
at
that
any
child
time.
is kept from the public, for example, if a child does not receive their well child visits, if they are kept within a home or within a very narrow community where there are no outside eyes on them, there's no one looking at we've seen horrific cases, and this does not apply to the vast majority of homeschooling families. I want to get this straight. My concern are for the kids that are falling through the cracks and are under the radar and it happens across the state, across the country. And schools have a curriculum they're supposed to follow, and that's available for everyone to see. We don't have any curriculum for homeschools. Again, the majority of homeschool kids are doing better academically than a lot of our public school kids, but it's the eyes on the children that worries me.
And just to interrupt for a quick second, Representative, to be fair as well, we would like to have 2 questions per person per time. So if that's your follow-up question, that will be your second. Thank you, ma'am.
With regard to eyes on the child, I would remind you that there were eyes on the Waterbury school child in the public school system for 5 full years to no avail to that child. But getting back to the homeschool community, there are plenty of eyes on the children in the homeschool community because there are mandated reporters actually teaching their children. In fact, we have mandated reporters all over the place in the homeschool community. Many public school teachers homeschool their children, and so do doctors and lawyers and nurses of all kinds, coaches. There are many eyes on the children. Now, if you're talking about that odd case where someone is basically kidnapped and literally locked in a room, in fact, the school children who had seen that child before were some of the reporters to DCF and said at the beginning of the school system the following year, when he didn't show up, they wondered, well, did he die? And they asked that because he was starving when they saw him. So, there's always going to be somebody who finds a way to kidnap and conceal and lock away somebody, I suppose. That's evil and incarnate. But I don't have it. It's not an education issue. It's a crime. And there are laws on the books already to try to prevent that. But even all the laws on the books for criminals don't stop criminals who find a way. I don't have any other answer to that.
Thank you. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. First, I just want to thank the hundreds of good citizens in this room and outside this room who came to the Capitol today to argue for their rights to be protected, to raise their kids as they see fit. The normal way the legislative process is done in this building is that longstanding issues are brought forward in legislation. We have public hearings on them. Anyone can address them. I appreciate that sometimes we have informational hearings that are outside of that process, and there is not accompanying legislation to this one today. And I appreciate that it is invoked by the horrible tragedy in Waterbury, but I think that's largely been concluded that that is not really a relevant case to homeschooling writ large in this state. So given that we're having an informational session today that is outside the normal kind of legislative process that includes public input to the maximum degree, and given that this is there's longstanding honest disagreements, people who see the issue on all sides, I do want to ask the two commissioners and the child advocate, we're not seeing as legislators legislation or proposed legislation today. Do you know of any proposed legislation that's being drafted? And given that, would you be supportive of passing any legislation in this term, given that we as legislators haven't had a public hearing on such legislation up till now?
Representative, thank you so much, Senator, for your question. I think we've been having conversations, which I think it's important to talk about as these things are happening, as our agencies have all different areas of responsibility. And one of the things I do appreciate is that we are indeed having conversations about what, from our perspective and from our different sectors, what are those things that we need to be thinking about as we address this issue around education. You heard my presentation today. One of the things that we've done is to dig deeper into the data so we can have that available for all of us to be looking at. And so certainly giving deference to your process here in this house, so what it is that you need to do, we stand ready to provide as much information as we can to inform the process.
If I may, I'd like to just echo the response of Commissioner and say that we believe that this process today is very valuable as well, because we can also have a listening ear to hear some of the concerns. As I said earlier in my testimony, what we're looking to do is to strike that balance between maximizing the rights of kids, families to homeschool, and keeping kids safe. So whatever we need to do to hear, listen, learn, and respond. We're here to do so.
Certainly, as the commissioner said, we've.
Can you hold on for 1 second? Please continue.
So certainly, as the commissioner said, I have engaged with conversations to address what I see as an urgent policy issue. Our office raised concerns about this in 2018. We continue to have concerns, and it's our view that so long as the current lack of regulation continues, there will be children at risk. And that is not to say that all homeschool children are at risk. There are lots and lots of people that homeschool their children for really good reasons, and do a very good job of it. But we have a policy that enables people to hide their children and harm them. And there is a continuum to that harm. So yes, we hear about the extreme cases. We talked about William's case, but there's a continuum. In our report in 2018, and again in our report that we issued this morning, there are numerous stories. These are really complex issues. And the range of what happens to children when they are withdrawn from school under false pretenses is wide. And so our office believes very strongly that it is critical that we address this lack of regulation that we currently have.
I guess I'm inferring.
Is this your follow-up, Senator?
This is my
Thank you.
follow-up, and it actually will be the same question, because the question was, have you had discussions about proposed language for legislation, and would you or the administration take a position in favor of legislation being passed this term, given the fact that we're not having a public hearing on legislation? From our good child advocate, I was inferring maybe the answer to one or two of those questions was yes, but from our good commissioners, I did not hear a specific answer to those two questions. So have you had conversations about crafting proposed legislation, and would you favor legislation being passed this term, given we're not having any public hearings or kind of processes on legislation related to homeschooling?
So back to the legislation being drafted, that's the conversation that we've been having with each other about what are the terms or what are those things that we should be looking at, again, based on where we are in the process. Regarding the concern that is here, I think is one that needs a lot of our attention. And I'm going to, again, defer to the process that you normally follow for rulemaking in this House to determine how best to move forward with that.
I don't have much to add to that, except that there have been conversations about draft legislation, and we are seeking input and feedback and trying to come up with something where we have a both and an and, not an either or.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Senator. And for the record, just as an education moment, the legislature proposes policy, not the agencies. And certainly we're going to continue to do that so long as we move forward, or so I'm sure many of the agencies would have already proposed policies to change these things. Thank you, Senator. Senator Marr.
Thank you, Representative Paris. Couple questions, Fran, for you. So in the Commissioner of Education's testimony, she said that, or rather her associate said that reporting on children's status to SDE may or may not happen from the school districts in terms of whether a child is enrolled or not enrolled. They don't always have the accurate numbers. And I was just curious from your perspective, working with the superintendents of school, do we have an idea why that would be?
I do believe that there are instances when, Senator, when the child has been chronically absent, when we do go after that and
try to determine how we can bring them back to public school, we are then told that the child will be homeschooled. We may ask that a form be filled out for that child, and that's refused. We don't have to do it by law. We have been told that. And then we lose contact with that child, because now that the child is withdrawn or no longer part of the public schools, we do not have the ability to follow up with that child. I don't believe the State Department would have that ability either, once the child is withdrawn and doesn't show up somewhere else. That is what's a concern for us.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is something that I've heard from homeschooling parents, which is that there's an enormous concern that any kind of interaction with the school system will then put them in a place where they might be reported to DCF. That just proximity to the engagement with the school system, if a superintendent doesn't like the look of their jib, they might decide, sorry, sailing reference folks, if a superintendent doesn't like the way they present or their child presents, or there might be an interpersonal issue, that the feeling is great fear that any interaction with the public school system and the school system, with the homeschooling and the school system, will result in damage to the parent being able to homeschool.
Well,
Could you
I'm
please
sorry.
speak to that?
Sorry, Senator. I'm sorry that parents feel that way. Certainly that is not and should never be the intent of public school. We report to DCF when we actually know and feel strongly that there is abuse, not because of anything other than that. By the way, I am a collaborator. I sat here and thought, we have a lot of talent in this room. Wouldn't it be amazing if homeschool parents and public school people could work together? We could learn much from homeschoolers, and I would hope that we could share insights with each other. I remember when I was in Bridgeport, some board members expressly refused to allow me to work with charter schools. There was just some anger about that. And in spite of what they said, I worked with charter schools, and we had meetings between charter schools and our own administrators in public schools, and it was a terrific experience. I think there's room for that here. When I talk to the fact that we can work together on an evaluation of what your learning looks like, I'd love to know some of what they do in homeschooling because I just feel that there's a lot of very applicable things that we could learn from them as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take the next question, and then Representative Zepkis, you'll be after me. This question is for Commissioner Hill-Lilly. I appreciate some of the information that your agency has provided to us, Commissioner, simply because we know that, this case took place decades ago, and we weren't able, obviously, to keep record of everything. I have two questions for you. As we understand that the Department of Children and Families does not have any record to our understanding of the investigation that happened 20 years ago into this case, does this situation call for DCF to maybe, propose to legislators that we should think about changing its record retention policy? And can you update us as to whether or not the agency has learned anything about what was done 20 years ago?
Yes, and thank you for the question. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. Please know that there is an ongoing criminal investigation regarding this situation and applicable confidentiality provisions that I have to be mindful of. That, quite frankly, I wish aren't there because I could speak freely. But I will tell you, in response to your particular question, when the when the situation first broke earlier this year, our first, as a matter of procedure, is to conduct an extensive search of our computerized database. When we did that, because it was 20 years ago, there were no records located in the computerized system related to this family. By way of process, you should know that unsubstantiated investigations and investigation protocols are expunged in the electronic record after 5 years, unless there is a subsequent investigation that is substantiated, and that's according to statutes. So what we know is that we initially searched our computerized records. There was nothing there. By way of process and ordinarily, we then conducted a search of our archived closed records, which are retained in accordance with policy and retention schedules established by the Connecticut State Library, Office of the Public Records Administrators. The records were indeed located in the archive closed records, and we shared that information with both law enforcement and the OCA consistent with law. So we did find the records. And we reviewed the records to assess our work, to critically look to see, was there anything that we missed? Based on our review, I can tell you that our staff, even 20 years ago, followed the expected policies and practices in effect. That includes visits to the home, interviews with people in the family when allowed to. We did collateral contacts, which means that we talked to the schools and the medical providers involved in this situation. So we did review those records, and we continue to review the records and await the response from the OCA around whether or not there are gaps in statutes or policies and procedures that we need to look into. But what I can say is that because mandated reporters have to make, I said this earlier, reports when they have reasonable cause to suspect abuse and neglect, we may accept that report. But once we go in and respond, there are limitations to what we can do in response to the information that we had. And I will tell you that based on our preliminary review, our staff followed their policies and protocols. There was not a deviation, gross deviation from practice and protocol, which means that there is a systemic gap somewhere because this horrible situation happened, and that's what we're willing to look at.
And Commissioner, I appreciate the follow-up on that and the clarity on that, because I think we've all heard from many folks here that they think that it's only Waterbury that's bringing this up, but there have been other cases since the Waterbury case or before the Waterbury case that has taken place in very similar incidents. It seems to me that we do need to figure out our record retention holding with DCF. I think that's a fair assessment, and that's on us as a legislature. But I just want to make sure that that was a clarifying question, because I wanted clarity on the record. Thank you, ma'am. Representative Zupkis, you have 2 questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, first of all, I don't think there's anybody in this room, up here, outside that room, that doesn't want to protect children. And the cases that were brought up are horrific. I was actually here when we brought the former commissioner of DCF in to talk about the Tirado case. It was horrible for a parent to chain cabinets together and not let a child, I can't even fathom it. So, but I just want to say to everybody, no matter where we sit on this issue, we are all about protecting those children without a doubt. How we get there, we can debate, but there is no doubt about it. My question, I guess, is to the commissioners. What law, if what y'all have been talking about, having homeschoolers come in and register, how would that have stopped Tirado, Waterbury? How would those have stopped those from happening?
I'll start by saying, not being the DCF or OCA content knowledge of the entire case, It is one of the reasons we're having these conversations to really try to answer such question, to say, what is it that we need to do? And yes, knowing what they know and the depth of understanding, what is the problem we are working to solve and how can we solve it? So that's the ongoing conversation, Representative, about all of this. And we know that there are situations where you can never, ever, always stop every situation, but you can certainly improve upon what it is that you're doing when you see gaps in the way that you're implementing or whether there are gaps in legislation. I think that is the conversation, which again, why I appreciate the listening session today, because we're hearing from everyone.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment. It's a good question and thank you for asking it. I think what we're trying to do is just to maximize every policy statute possible to have continued eyes on kids, because as you heard in my testimony a minute ago, it's not that there weren't eyes. And so we have to look at where those gaps are. The bottom line is kids are falling through the crack. And I am, as commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, willing to look through whatever we need to do to figure out how this does not happen again. And so I'm open to whatever we come up with to maximize eyes on kids that are being abused under the guise of, fleeing from whatever public entity, including DCF.
So thank you. I think that's a very good question. And what I want to say is that I think that we will not be able to address this problem if we look in one place alone. So there are layers that need to be in place. I think once we complete our investigation with regard to Waterbury, we will have more recommendations to make. But at this point, I think one of the pieces of the puzzle is to ensure that there's some ongoing oversight. And part of that, I don't want to speak to the Waterbury case, but Williams' case, right? He was found because the police happened to go there, right? If his parent knew there would be an ongoing requirement to demonstrate that they were providing education, maybe things would be different. If the parent has to provide some demonstration of education, that's an opportunity for someone to be interacting with the child, ensuring that the child's educated. And so it's a layer. It doesn't solve everything, right? And not every family that is withdrawing under false pretenses is going to come to the attention of DCF. But having those layers where people are interacting with children, I think is very important. And I think what we need to do is look at what other states have done, right? To try to come up with policies that balance the right to educate your children as you see appropriate with that state interest to ensure education and the child's interest in education and being safe. And when we look at other states, they have required things like an annual evaluation. And I think, if you look at Maine, for example, they have a list of different ways, one of which is presenting to a homeschool community. So I do think there are ways to require an annual evaluation, an annual demonstration that the child is receiving equivalent instruction that are respectful of homeschool and that give them options to select to ensure that it aligns as much as possible with what they have chosen for their family.
Thank you. And I guess my follow-up is I'm not sure that these cases, these criminal mothers, these animals that would do that to your child would even come before. I mean, it's like driving 70 and a 55, right? So I don't know that a law, I hope we could find out, because I would agree if someone is in DCF's care and has a case, we should follow them. That maybe that would stop that. Again, because we want no child. But I'm not sure if we take the 3 cases that you cited in your report, that those parents would have ever come forward. And I will say, when the Toronto case came before us, Ms. Zegan was there and did a great job. And I do recall, maybe it's incorrectly, but I think there were some DCF workers that were laid off, that was strictly a case of that, not the school system or whatever it was, but I think that was the case. My follow-up question is really concerning what happened in Branford. We're all aware that there was a child in Branford that just had a tragic situation, and that child was not homeschooled. It was in the school. And so I think we need to focus on that, because I think there are kids in our system as well that we need to focus on. I had one in a town I represent, bullied and committed suicide. Horrible. So these things happen even in our school systems that we need to focus on. But my follow-up question to all of that is, and for each of you, if something is put into place, people have to come in annually to register, medical, whatever this is going to be. What if someone comes before whoever this is going to be and someone says, you know what, I don't think they're where they should be in school, or this person looks a little skinny? What happens then?
Well, I think that, first of all, what we've proposed in our report, right, does not include any sort of consequence if the child is not making progress, right? It is, they need to come in and be able to demonstrate that the child is being instructed. If there is a concern, what I would expect to happen is that the district would communicate with the parent about that and offer some potential ways that the parent might address that. They may be able to talk to them about what it might entail to return to public school, or talk to them about other resources. I think that it would be an opportunity for conversation and engagement. I think ultimately, though, if there is a reasonable suspicion of abuse or neglect, then I would expect that to be reported to the department. And then the department would have to determine whether or not there was sufficient evidence to accept it, whether it is appropriate to treat it as an investigation, and where to go from there. So I'll stop there.
And I would just say that I certainly would anticipate that any change in law, as I often say in this building, would require really training and around implementation and support for districts, which is why I appreciate Fran being sitting here at the table, because it can't be a one and done or just put something in law and walk away from it. That we would be having conversations and training. Trust me, I've superintendents who've said, so do I now have to put kids on a scale, to determine weight? So those are questions that I know
Commissioner,
folks.
will you give me just 1 second? Please silence all of your phones. It's very hard for us to hear with folks outside. We have limited amount of volume here. Please silence your phones or leave the room. Thank you. Commissioner, please continue.
Thank you. So Representative, those are the kinds of things that I would expect in collaboration here, that would be working directly with our superintendents about what should this look like? What should we do? We do right now, even around chronic absenteeism, we co-present with DCF, with districts that are asking questions. When do I file? What do I do? And so to provide that level of support so folks are not left on their own trying to figure it out, that I think is the beauty of our working together, is to provide as much support as we can and to hear directly from superintendents what their concerns or issues are in this particular realm. I think that is really important. Senator Marr had asked the question before. I now have, and I know Fran do as well, superintendents who say we have great relationship with our homeschooling community. We meet with them, we work with them, and that would be a best practice that I could see us trying to make sure that that is indeed happening, and so that there is that relationship between homeschoolers and their school districts, and so they can work together.
really don't have much to add to that, except to appreciate your comment. And I think what we're saying here, and that is the best opportunity is for all of us to put voices on the table to inform whatever statutes are needed, regulations that are needed. We'll be better together if we figure this out. And I appreciate your sentiments. And to your point, the department always stands ready to receive calls of allegations of abuse and neglect. And there are statutes governing when we accept and when we can't accept, and what the follow through is. So that remains.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, representative. We appreciate that. So sorry, Fran, my apologies.
Oh, it's okay.
I apologize.
It's fine. I was just going to add that probably not much, other than to say that the collaboration with all of us is going to be really important, because honestly, I can't say that the school districts can do it alone and follow up with every person and assume and know that every child is being educated according to every state standard. We would need help with that. And that was not my initial thinking about the evaluation. It was just to ensure that the child was being educated and that we had eyes on the child. And the way that that evaluation was done could be a collaborative decision. I love what Maine does, but I in no way, representing superintendents, want to say, this is the curriculum, these are the hours, this is what you need to achieve. I don't believe that we have the ability and the capacity to do that without help.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, here's the lineup coming up. 2 questions each. We have Representative Leeper, Representative Lanou, Representative Menapace, Representative Reddington Hughes, and Representative Dauphiné in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, everyone, for being very generous with your time today and sharing your expertise. I think we've heard from a lot of folks that feel like what's happened is DCF not following up thoroughly enough on cases where there's suspected abuse. And I will tell you also, in my inbox is full of emails saying DCF harasses folks all too often. I know you know that. Having also worked as an administrator in elementary school, I'm also keenly aware of that real difficult push-pull. And I know you've referenced it a few times about the standard with which DCF needs to meet to continue an investigation. I was wondering if you could talk about the challenges you guys face, and I suspect, and you don't necessarily have to reflect on this, also the emotional pain of knowing when you may also suspect there's more and you've reached sort of the limit, because we all also have constitutional rights. And so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to reflect on that and maybe elaborate and maybe provide us with a little guidance of how we can be thinking through that dynamic and be helping you have tools for those cases where you feel like you reach a wall, but still have serious concerns about the well-being of a child. And sorry for such a pointed and directed question.
I thank you for reaching into my soul, because you just nailed, what's at the heart of our work and what makes it so complex. I urge everybody under the sound of my voice, if you want to understand child protection services, read The Impossible Imperatives by Jill Barrick. It talks about that tension that you're talking about, this duty that we have to protect children and its intersection with parents' rights. It is beyond challenging to sit in this place. And for every child we remove, there's a movement out there telling us that we're overreaching. And for every child that we don't remove because we don't have a magic wand or a magic ball to say, to know that a person is going to do something heinous, we get ridiculed for not removing. So it is truly a can't win situation. Although what I will tell you, every time I get an opportunity to, is to really celebrate the amazing people who go out into people's homes in untenable situations, trying to do their best to assess and predict the future when all we have are the facts that are in front of us. So I appreciate you saying that, because to walk in and do this job is like none other. We sit with pain and anguish, even though the laws of the letters are followed. We are with every child who gets hurt. We feel that. Our staff feel it. They are having their own families that they're having to go through, and people are really suffering. I have more people out on FMLA than you can even imagine, because we sit with that tension every day. We have people who are intervening in the lives of kids and families and are saving children every day. I went to a birthday function not too long ago in a restaurant, and there was a young man who meandered over to our table, and he was just started talking to us. And he found out I was the DCF commissioner, and he said, "Oh my God, I just want to meet you. Thank you for saving my life." If it had not been for the department, I would not be where I am, a college graduate, a productive member of society. There are countless stories of how our staff intervene and save lives. We are not able to get everyone, and which is why we need the partnership of everyone. And even when we intervene, and I've said it and thank you for saying it, the threshold for being able to report suspicion is low. But to confirm and substantiate and prove imminent risk is a much higher threshold. And yes, we sit with the frustration a lot of times that we don't have the statutory authority to act on suspicion. This is what we sit with every day. Our staff sit with this trauma every day. I would venture to say I just did a tour, and I'm sorry you opened this up. So just, I just did a tour of all the offices and did a poll. DCF staff do not sleep. We don't sleep. It's a fundamental thing that we have to deal with, because we sit and we carry every time a child gets harmed, we carry it as well. So I appreciate the opportunity. I hope I answered your question and didn't go on too long, but you really hit at what I think is the soul of the work that we do, at least try to do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. And I'll just say, when I was an administrator, I also did not sleep, so I can imagine. My second question is for Commissioner Russell Tucker. You mentioned, and I think it might have been in your slide deck, just providing some examples of what our neighboring states are doing that's different from what we do here in Connecticut. And I don't think we'd circled back around to that. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to share with us some of that information.
Thank you. And you've heard some of them from what our Office of the Child Advocate shared around an application and a required process in legislation for withdrawals and more. You've heard about the assessment of what needs to happen and to know exactly what equivalent instruction may look like. And we're also, as we talk about this, you can take things off websites and you can have that, but I talk to my colleagues, right, to see what does a piece of policy that look like, what does it look like in implementation? And I'm continuing to have those conversations as well. So as we're benchmarking other states, it goes beyond just pulling things down from websites, but talking to, as I said, my colleagues, and said, how does this really work from an implementation standpoint, and to learn from them? And so what are those things that you may have wished you had the chance to do that you could actually do differently? And so I continue to gather that information and talking directly with them, as we move forward. But those are some of the kinds of things, the assessment, and actually where the challenges are. If you're going to assess, then what do you do if a child is not where you think they should be? So those are all the kinds of questions that we're gathering information on, so that we can better inform you and inform all of us as we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, yourself. Next up, we have Representative Lanou. Representative Lanou, we know that you've been waiting patiently. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you to the panel, to the witnesses, the panelists today for their testimony. I do want to echo some of my colleagues. I think it would be invaluable to have parents come up here directly that homeschool children. I would like to have heard their testimony. I think it was important testimony that would be very useful to the committee, to our committees, particularly with there's actually a group of homeschool parents that educate the kids collectively on the different history lessons, and they make it sort of interactive and fun. I believe they took a field trip right up to our state capitol. So hearing from them, and also there was a constituent who's a public school teacher, and a constituent of mine who homeschools his child. I think hearing from somebody that's from the inside in our public schools who decides to homeschool their child, I think we should have heard that testimony as well. Somebody who is more than willing to testify. With that, I do have a couple of questions. The first one is for Commissioner Hill Lilly, DCF Commissioner. The Education Commissioner, she would like to ring in as well on this. But Commissioner Hill Lilly, it is good to see you. My question was during your presentation. A couple of terms I have for you is that you throw in the slides was educational neglect and equivalent instruction. My question is how are you defining what equivalent instruction is and what educational neglect is?
Thank you. Hello, good to see you. And thank you for that question. I think you're hitting at the heart of probably why we're here. I mean, was to hear from Commissioner Russell Tucker about what is currently in our guidelines and then what's missing in terms of standards. And so once we become very clear, or once we have an agreed upon standard of practice for what we mean by equivalent instruction and what is adequate, then the department can make some determinations as to whether or not it meets that standard and therefore is a contributor towards educational neglect. I think you hit the heart of why we're here, is to make sure that those standards are clear. And educational neglect is really around denying a child opportunity to engage in educational instruction. That's when you have educational neglect, and it's by the parents doing, not because which is different from truant and different from truancy. A lot of people mix that up. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, you certainly touched on it. Commissioner, my concern is particularly with equivalent instruction, is how are we measuring equivalent instruction? One of the reasons a lot of parents are pulling children out of schools is they don't like some of the curriculum as it relates to how they want to raise their children, and particularly on social issues, on certain societal issues, namely perhaps social emotional learning. We just heard a bill in the Children's Committee on what type of material, some very graphic material that can be in school libraries, that can also be brought into perhaps certain curriculums in the schools. And would parents be required, if parents are saying they don't want their children, their very young children, exposed to that, they want to raise their children differently, and something that they can look at maybe perhaps later in life, but that's something they don't want their children exposed to at a young age. That's why they're electing to homeschool their children, and not expose them to that material. I think parents should have that right to do that, and be able to educate their children accordingly. And again, if they don't, is that considered a form of a failing equivalent instruction? And is that a form of educational neglect? And that's very concerning to me. That those are some of the very reasons that our parents are taking their children out of schools is based on some of the curriculum, some of the material that they find offensive, and they want to raise their children separately. So I want to be very clear on that I'm very concerned, particularly if we write this, if this language gets written sort of quickly and we don't fully understand all the consequences of putting something like that in there. My other question is for Fran Rabinowitz. How are you, Fran?
Oops. Fine.
And my very good, thanks. My question relates to the you had mentioned during your testimony the health form, an annual health form needs to be submitted or should be submitted by the homeschooled child's pediatrician. I'm just curious, what would be some of the criteria, some of the things that you would like to have specifically on that form, that annual form?
Well, I think it would mirror the form that we use right now in public schools. And it would be the parent taking the child to the pediatrician completing the form, and the parent bringing the form in. I think it's, it's on eyesight, hearing, weight, height, etc. And just that the child is in good health or the child has allergies, etc. And we require that not every year. Although most parents do annual physicals, we just require it in kindergarten, grade 6 and grade 9. The other thing, if I could answer one thing with you on equivalent instruction, if you don't mind, I would say to you that parents that homeschool their children do agree to follow Connecticut standards. So for instance, if we say that a child is reading by the end of grade 1, we would hope that homeschoolers are following that as well. But the curriculum that they use and the books that they use are really up to them, not to us. But the Connecticut state standards, whatever that is in mathematics and science for each grade level, we assume that those standards are being followed. But as I said when I spoke earlier, we don't want to determine the curriculum. And in fact, they may bring us many good ideas about how those things could be taught better. I just feel sometimes I'm a bit jealous because the homeschool parents have the opportunity to do a lot of hands-on, like coming to the Capitol and etc. Where we're not as, we sometimes don't have the resources to do that. So I hope you don't mind, but I just had to add to that.
I would
No,
like, excuse me, Representative. I'm sorry, just 1 second. It's not you, Representative. I just want to say for the commissioners, I like to keep us on topic of the representative's question. That question can come up again from another representative, but to be respectful to his question, I'd like to stay on that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I appreciate both of those responses. My concern too is DCF going to be on the same page that you're on, the same page that SDE is on, and again, I think we've got to be very, very careful, when it relates to educational equivalency, equivalent instruction, that's not interpreted as some of the material that the parents find objectionable they essentially be forced to teach your children. Just on a follow-up on the health form portion of this, which I originally asked you. One of the reasons many parents are homeschooling their children is due to when we remove the religious exemption for vaccines. That even one of the vaccines on the I think it's like 75 plus vaccine schedules, if they don't want to give that to their child for whatever reason, they're now homeschooling their children. would the vaccine schedule or what vaccines they're given or not given their child be required on that health form specifically?
I'm not 100% sure, Representative, but I would imagine it is. However, homeschoolers do not have to abide by that if they're not sending their children to public schools.
That's certainly true in the immediate. My concern is where's the ship heading? Where are we going from here? If that's required on the form, that sort of material. What are we where are we going with this? So, but thank you for that answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate your indulgence letting me speak remotely here. And I think I've exceeded my 2 questions.
Thank you, sir. You told on yourself there. Representative Minipace.
Thank you. So I wanted to start off, and I would like to get the commission's answer to this, but we've asked in this quite a bit, and I was hoping this for both, because I'm a public schools teacher. I spend that time, and I know that I'm a mandated reporter. We have in there that we are required to report anything that might be even remotely considered to be abusive. We are required to report that. We, in fact, as teacher, will get in trouble if we do not, if we were to determine that one. And I was wondering for this, because we've had a lot of people up here who have been talking about the right way to handle this, to try and keep kids safe. Frankly, I'm a little disappointed because I think some people are not really saying these ones in good faith. I'd like to keep that about what we're doing. We're trying to keep people safe. And I want to know, what do you think would have helped you? Because I mean, that to me is the biggest thing we have here, right?
I think one of the things that really helped me as an adult was on CRHE's website, there is a Bill of Rights for homeschooled children. And it includes things like adequate health care, a clean environment, food, things that all children deserve. I think everyone agrees every child deserves adequate food and a clean environment and health care. And seeing that Bill of Rights really made me emotional, because those were things I did not have access to as a child. And seeing that people thought that I deserved them, even when I was so small and so helpless, really warmed my heart and really built up a lot of courage for myself. So I think just reminding kids, all kids, not just homeschooled kids, that they have rights and they are people. They deserve love and care and kindness, and just reminding them that even though they might be small, they still deserve that kindness and love.
Thank you. And just to follow up, so I suppose to everyone, how do we do that? How do we make sure we have that one? Because that does seem to be what everybody here is saying. We very much want that for all of our children, I suppose homeschooler or not, but specifically focuses, how do we make sure that our homeschool kids are getting all of those things? Because I don't know. I'm sitting here in a public school. I know how I would like to try and implement it in public school, but I would really like to know what we can do to make sure all of these children are safe and they are getting all of the things that Bo just mentioned. I guess that was a kind of a broad question for everyone.
One of the things, and Representative, and thank you for your work as a teacher, really appreciate it in that. One of the things as Bo was talking about, that I think about the Bill of Rights that we really put out there. We have a Parents' Bill of Rights for multilingual learners. We have Parents' Bill of Rights for students with disabilities. And so maybe there's a Bill of Rights that we can learn from here, that we make sure that is available as well, right? Then you're talking about getting it age appropriate. What does that mean? What does that look like? But that is something that we probably should be thinking about as well.
I too would like to echo the sentiment. Thank you for what you do every day as a teacher. And you're right. There are mandated reporter laws that require mandated reporters to report. I think what we're trying to say is that we need a more holistic approach to this, even outside of mandated. Of course, we need the reports to come to the department, but we need eyes on all children at all times, and we need help to be able to do that. And as we begin to draft or finalize whatever the proposals are, we want it to be informed by people who are have a vested interest in maintaining the integrity of homeschooling. So coincidentally, I was on the phone with our statewide advisory council this morning, And one of the folks on our council, that's a group of providers and families who advise me. And one of the persons said, we need to learn how to be a good neighbor again, and how to take the fear out of our collective ideas around supporting families and protecting kids. So I think we're here in the spirit of solidarity to try to figure this out. And it is a big question that you ask. Hopefully we'll come up with the answer.
If I could just add to that, I think earlier I said we need layers, right? There need to be different layers to this. And I think one of the things that's really critical is that DCF's policy currently reflects our current law. So if your child is not attending school, let's say a 7-year-old, a 10-year-old, right? It's truancy as they get older, but a young child, if your child is not attending school and you are not ensuring that your child attends school, public school, that's educational neglect. They can bring a case. The moment the parent says, I've decided that I'm going to homeschool, DCF then essentially is left to say, okay, did you file the form? Are you homeschooling? Yes, I am. And they're left with very, very few tools. And so part of putting some meat on the bone in terms of what it means to be able to show that you're providing instruction, equivalent instruction elsewhere, would also help DCF to have policies that are more clear and give the workers a way to assess that question that was asked earlier, what's equivalent instruction? And so I think that the answer is that there have to be layers. And one of those layers is ensuring that DCF's policy has something in it that's clear. And the other is that annual assessment, because it's the isolation that becomes so problematic over time. That's the danger. And so having some annual requirement for some kind of evaluation, I think helps to ensure that safety.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Representative Reddington Hughes, followed by Representative Dauphiné.
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you for the panel, for coming here, because I'm sure that all of you have come here with good intentions and want to see the best for our children of the state. I think that the premise of this meeting was precipitated by the event in Waterbury, which I find a little alarming. I mean, on many levels, a lot alarming. But the event in Waterbury was not a homeschooling event. This was a child taken out of a school system. He was not a homeschooled child. And the school system was the one that was the disconnect. This, really may be actually, we have spoken a lot in this session about disconnected youth. I think this would be a wonderful example of disconnected youth. This child was off the grid. And this would be what we would categorize as a chronic truancy, because he was not enrolled in school, he was not homeschooled, and he was just at home. This was not a homeschool fail. And my question to the panel would be, I grew up in New York and we used to have the truancy officers. So my mother would always, threaten, hey, you don't go to school, somebody's going to come and get you. So my question is, if we had something in place where somebody was looking in on him when he never showed up to school and never got enrolled in another school, do you, as a panel, think that this child could have been saved?
So as I said earlier, I'm not going to talk about the Waterbury case because it's still under investigation, but I'll use William's case as an example. His mother removed him from school, told the district that she was homeschooling, and that's how she kept him from that exposure, right? And so I think that's that's the critical point, right? Once that parent says, I'm going to homeschool, the truancy law doesn't really apply anymore because they're not required to show up to public school. The educational neglect because you're not sending your child to school doesn't apply anymore. And so I think that's where part of the issue is and part of the remedy has to lie.
And just wanted to add as well, and so you talk about homeschool, but not to be lost is the extensive policies and procedures we've tried to put in place around chronic absenteeism and attendance and what happens in school when a child misses 2 days all the way down. You've heard us talk about our home visiting program where folks are literally knocking on doors and going in to find out. And as Yika Paula Krishnan talked about, the follow-up that we even do from our office when we see codes or when we don't see something happening with the school district around what they've done to check. So we're trying to work very hard on those particular issues, as you've mentioned, our students who are disconnected to make sure.
Commissioner, I need you to stop for a moment, ma'am.
Yeah.
Commissioner is speaking, and I find it to be disrespectful that you're holding up that sign behind her. I have no problems with the signs being in here. Usually we don't permit signs in public hearing rooms. But I ask that it does not reflect the commissioner's standing or her beliefs. So I ask that you please keep that down. Thank you. I'm sorry. Can someone please get a police officer and have them both removed? We're trying to continue the conversation. Commissioner, respectfully, ma'am, my apologies. Please continue.
Thank you very much. So just wanted to continue to say, when it comes to those issues, that we're also making sure that we're all aligned, or school districts are working, we're supporting, to ask those critical questions, Representative, that you mentioned. Where is Charlene? You know, we haven't seen Charlene in 2 days. What's happening? And doing the follow-up all the way down to, if necessary, we now find a problem that we need to work on, but that's what we're trying to do together.
Okay, thank you. And my next question.
Excuse me, you asked the panel, can I say something?
Oh, yes.
Okay, with regard to what the commissioner has said, both commissioners, with regard to the follow-up on children who are disconnected, even if we're withdrawn and that negates part of the statute because we're not sending them to school, that doesn't negate any other statute that's on the books with regard to DCF. If there's a complaint or a suspicion, those laws still apply, and DCF can still follow and should follow, and so should the school system if they have any suspicions. That and so should anybody who doesn't. People can report their neighbors. I mean, it doesn't have to be a mandated reporter. Those laws are still on the books and apply and should apply. With regard to the statement about truant officers, well, Connecticut still does have in the statutes truant officers. Attendance officers is what they're called. It's Connecticut General Statute 10-199. In addition, they have statute on habitual truants and what to do about them. There's a statute 17A-105A, Child Abuse and Neglect Unit is established within the Division of State Police to assist investigation of child abuse and neglect. There's also the legal division regarding child abuse and neglect under 17A-47 with regard to DCF, powers, etc. And importantly, 17A-6 is the powers and duties of the DCF commissioner, and it says the commissioner shall have any and all other powers necessary to administer the department and implement the purposes of the department. So, I mean, I could go on. There's another one, classification and evaluation of reports regarding the determination of abuse and neglect. Statutes are on the books. The problem is they have not been implemented efficiently or appropriately. And the last thing I would like to say is that if we're having conversations, I think we all should have the same information as best as possible. And therefore, I have today these documents in my hand that I'd like to present to Commissioner Tucker, the DCF Commissioner, the Child Advocate, Fran Rabinowitz, and the committee chairs for its Notice of Freedom of Information request. So I'd like to just hand those out right now. Thank you.
Yes, if you pass those over to Christian Tularski, he will pass those out to us. Thank you very much. Anyone else on the panel that would like to respond to the question of Representative Reddington Hughes before we move on to Representative Dauphiné?
I had one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
I was allowed.
I just want to make sure that that they've answered everyone has answered your first question.
Thank you.
Everyone, have you all answered her first question? Representative, please continue with your second question.
Okay, this question has to do with the requirement that was recommended if the school districts required the homeschool children to be enrolled and then withdrawn in order for them to have them recorded in their district. I'm getting that correct? I think that was what was said. And in the event that they were going to do this, would this work the same as it does for somebody who is going out of district to perhaps a private school, where the seats, so to speak, are being held for that student as long as they would live in that district? And they would be counted as a student going to that school as long as they were in the district.
So I think the question, just to clarify, you're mentioning that we talked about not being able to know information about a child that never enrolled in the public school. That's what we were clarifying there. So if,
Correct. This was a requirement that they would have to enroll in the school system and then come out of the school system so that you would have the record of their information.
that's the only time we would know of them, because if they never registered in school, then we wouldn't have that in our data system.
Correct. My question has to do with them being counted as a seat in the school.
We wouldn't be counting them if we don't know they're there.
If they're registering, I'll have to clarify.
Okay.
If they were to register, okay, and then they were to withdraw, would they then be counted as a seat that would be held for them in the school district, regardless of whether or not they were being homeschooled?
So if they register, and I'm looking at as a sheet
No.
to find out. So if they come in and they were counted as and then they leave, right? They'd be counted in that number at one point touching the system, but may not be counted in the number when we do the snapshot, depending on what that time is for the numbers of students that's there at a snapshot. Am I answering your question?
I'm just asking, if you enroll in a school
Right.
with no intention of staying there, you're going to homeschool your child. But you're doing this now because it's a requirement of the state. So you are enrolling your child and then you are taking them out of the school so that you can homeschool them, which was your intent initially. Is that seat in the school, okay, held open for the child like it is as if you went to a VOAG school out of district, or you went to another private school out of district, and that's how it works for that?
Yeah, there's no seat held in the school for them.
Okay, so this would be an exception to that regulation then?
I'm still a little correct. The regulation that we hold a seat for them, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying. So the students are enrolled in, I mean, that's a part of the regular enrollment.
Correct.
Right? And so if you then withdraw, you'd go through the process for withdrawal and then you're gone. Right?
Right.
And okay, so it's not the school is saying like we're holding your seat for you, right? You're no longer enrolled in the system.
Okay, if you were a child that was going to a private school and you were making a transition, you went to first grade in XYZ school in Connecticut, and now second grade hits and you're going to go to a private school. It is my understanding that that public school holds that seat, okay, for you. And that if you decide at a later date that you would like to go back to the public school, that seat is available for you.
Right. And
am I incorrect?
We do not hold the seat. We do not hold the
I'm
seat.
sorry, the child is counted in the registration of the school.
No,
No?
no,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you. Representative? Representative Dauphiné, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here today. My first question goes to Bo. Can you tell us how many families do you represent in Connecticut?
So I'm not a representative of anyone's family. I'm part of an organization called Coalition for Responsible Home Education, and we're made up of homeschool alumni and advocates.
So just to clarify, so you're here on your own and you don't represent any other homeschoolers in this state of Connecticut?
Myself, no, I am just myself. I don't represent any other homeschoolers in Connecticut. There are other members of CRHE in Connecticut, but I'm just myself.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple of comments, because you made a lot of mention about classical conversation, how it impacted you, how the program was run. My phone is dinging off the hook with classical conversation parents from the state. The group Teach, who represents thousands in this state, was not given an opportunity to speak. And I think that they would have given the other side of your description for classical conversations. That's really unfortunate, because I think this panel is all stacked with people that really want the homeschoolers to have, they're already regulated. You want them to have a far more robust regulation, given that there's 5 individuals here and 2 over there. Teach wasn't allowed to comment and defend themselves with your comments. But I just wanted to say that, we want to, the comment was made by the Office of Children Advocacy that we don't want children to fall between the cracks. Well, I guess I could look here at all the children that are falling between the cracks in public school. Children are graduating and they can't read and write. We have nearly 60 Connecticut teachers were arrested and charged with sexual misconduct since 2005. Threats of school violence on the rise in Connecticut. Hundreds of school bus crashes happen each year in Connecticut, and it's happening more and more. The state of the bullying in the schools. 2023 report on student discipline in Connecticut schools. The pornographic books that are in the libraries, drugs that are in schools. We can talk about the child that was just murdered in Brantford that nobody picked up on any cues there. He fell through the cracks. I find this whole thing quite disturbing, that we're looking at cases that fall between the cracks, and you really, nobody even brought up any evidence of any of these homeschoolers that are falling through the cracks. And I would say that the recommendations of OCA that I just read through, they're basically saying you're proven guilty until you prove your innocence. Let's go investigate, make sure you're doing everything right. Until we see that you are, we're going to call you guilty until you show that you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. And I would also say that parents don't want to interact. They don't want you to come check on them and them to have to come back and go to the very schools that failed them. For many of them, that's the reason why they're homeschooling, and they don't want to have to answer to you. They don't want you to come in and review them and decide whether their child is where they should be. Are they being taught the way they should? Is it a religious program? I'm confused as to what you were saying, Bo. Are you saying that children should be able to decide their education? And that's not a question to you. No, it's not a question to you. It's just a statement. But I'd like to know what all the panel thinks, including our 2 representatives from Homeschool, with regard to what you propose, that these families have to show that they're innocent. And they haven't done
is there
anything
a
wrong.
second question, ma'am?
That is a question, and I'd
Thank
like each one of them to comment on that, including the 2 homeschool representatives that we have in this room, because I think they represent, and oh, by the way, I think the people out in the hallway screaming and yelling, I don't think there's anyone in there out of hundreds of families that want to be regulated any more than they are. So I think there's good representation that's being provided by these 2 individuals over here on the right. But yes, if you could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
You all can start in order, however you choose.
Okay, so you made a lot of really good points there, and I'm not here to debate you. I was here to share my story, and I really I do think it's interesting that you brought up teach and that there's an other side to my story. Um, I I I find that very interesting. I would like to say that there is data that shows homeschool's invisible children. It's called Homeschooling's Invisible Children Database. It's created by CRHE, and I mentioned it when I was talking before. It's hsinvisibleChildren.org. You can find it all there. And I just really want to reach out and say that we've heard from a lot of homeschool parents today. There are a lot here. There are also a lot of homeschool children here today. And I ask you to listen to the children. Here, what do they have to say? And I'm one of those children, and I'm telling you that we need more regulation for homeschool children to keep them safe. I think that's something we
Yeah,
all
and if
want.
I might comment, we haven't heard from homeschool children today.
Representative, ma'am, respectfully, I think you did ask everyone else to answer
No,
the
I'm
question.
just
Could-
commenting to her. We
Yes, ma'am.
haven't heard from
Yes, ma'am.
homeschool children today.
Representative, please, would you let the rest of the panel answer your question at hand, ma'am, please? Thank you.
Representative, I, in my, speaking have never said ever that public schools are perfect. We are not. We are still working to be better than we are. And we're working every day at that. Trust me. But I don't believe that that's a reason why we should not also be looking at homeschooling. We can look together to all be better than we are. And I'm not looking to, do anything more than Representative Menepes said earlier. We want to keep the kids safe, and we want to be sure that we are meeting our obligations under the state constitution that says we need to educate children, period. That's it.
My comment was just that the children don't feel safe in the public school, and you're forcing them back into the public school to answer to you. And that was what my point was, but thank you for your comment.
So first I want to acknowledge, I agree. There are lots of places where terrible things happen to children. People in my office read about them every single day. That is not disputable, including in public schools, including in childcare centers, everywhere where children go. But what we do is we look at those situations and we try to make recommendations to close the gaps. I testified earlier this year about autism and autism service providers and the fact that we don't have any regulation for them right now either. And how do we close that gap? What can we do to address that? When Liam died, we made recommendations to make changes to address some of those gaps. We can't close all of the gaps. We're going to keep trying. My office will continue to do investigations, identify gaps, and make recommendations to address those gaps in our safety net for children. And this is one of them. And what I want to say is we're not suggesting something that's completely new and unheard of. We're saying, let's look at what the other states do. Let's look at what our New England states do and adopt some of that. Not the most stringent requirements, but just some basic requirements to get away from an honor system, to have some way to verify that children are being educated and that they're safe. And what, I said earlier, what I would like to see the state do is work to create a list of options the way that they did in Maine. One of those options includes going to a homeschool group to present your portfolio. It doesn't have to be, because I hear what you're saying. There are children who have left public school because they had a terrible experience. So I think it should not be a one size fits all, but I do think we have to have some verification, and we should look to the other states, and other states' statutes have been upheld. The state has a constitutional interest in ensuring the education of its citizenry. Massachusetts law, which is one of the more stringent, was upheld and being consistent with the Constitution. So we're not looking to create something new. We're not looking to become what the HSDLA would say is a high regulation state. But I do think we need to move from what we have now to something that verifies, including for children who are withdrawn to attend private school. I think that should have a verification too. We shouldn't just say, oh, okay, your child's in private school. We never ask about you again. I think we should have verification. So I'll leave it there.
There's really not much to add to that. I'll just take advantage and have a point of personal privilege to say that I agree with a lot of things that have been said about equivalent instruction, about the frustration. My daughter is here with us, and she wants to be a superintendent because of some experiences that she's had and because she's worked so cooperatively with some school systems to try to change some things. So you will never get an argument from me about the need for improvement all around, including at DCF. I mean, I think that, we are not perfect, obviously. There are limitations to some of the things that we can do. And I think we're just all here to try to figure out how best to keep kids safe while parents can have the right to educate their children as they see fit. So it is a balance that we're trying to strike here. And again, the us versus them is really what we're hoping to avoid, and that we would get collective contributions from all who have the vested interest in keeping our kids safe. And we need everybody to do that.
508-402. That is the number of students right now in our snapshot count of students in the system. And maybe next to those DCF workers and commissioner that don't fall asleep, maybe educators are next in line. I know that we work extremely hard. The reason you have some of the information you do is because we work to make sure it's transparent, not hiding anything, so we can all work together to address the issues at hand. And, certainly with what folks are saying, the fact that we're here together is really about saying no one system has the full answer, and it's layered, and we have to work together to make sure it is happening. And when we have assessments that we see students who are not reading on grade level of third grade, I can tell you that number. I can also tell you how many school buses they would fill. And it is because we know we've got a lot of hard work to do. It is working together that I believe it's going to get us there. And our students, whether they're homeschooled or whether they're in our public school system, deserves to know that the adults that's around them who are in the position of power to advocate or to make policy, that we are indeed listening and working together to make sure that that is happening. It is not about them without them. And I say that all the time. So we also need to be hearing from them so they can be a part of helping us to have the right solutions that we're working towards.
Okay, what I would say is we all know that nothing is perfect. So aside from that, what I'm hearing here and what we've been hearing is we're still looking to give power, control, and authority over certain agencies that have not just small flaws, large ones. It's disproportionate to the flaws, if I can say it that way, that would be in the homeschool community. And it is, to our perception, similar to giving the fox the keys to the hen house. And that's a very profound concern in this community, because many of, well, let me go back to early, pre-COVID, post-COVID. With everything that happened at that time, we saw a surge. We saw homeschooling triple during that time. And what happened was, during the distance learning, the parents were realizing certain things that they were not okay with. And then they got a taste of what it is to homeschool, and many of them did not go back. That's when we were contacted. We were having info nights on Homeschooling 101 info nights. and talking to so many people to let them know what their options are. I spoke directly to a special ed director in Connecticut that I know, who told me that during that time, something they learned is fully 50% of the special ed kids were doing better at home because that environment worked for them. So I would agree that there's much to be learned. There was much to communicate about. Where I don't agree is that, unless I'm misperceiving, this appears to be fast-tracked. And this community is rich with very wise, experienced, skilled people that can bring something to the table, but we have not been allowed to do that. I mean, we're here. I'm not speaking for everybody. You know, they can speak for themselves. That's just how we are. And even with the schools, like the kid, this is not a secret. This is not a secret. The kids are burned out. They're sitting on their phones. I have grandchildren in Connecticut public schools. They have friends and family that teach in Connecticut public schools. Some of them are pretty high up. So I hear a lot of things from that perspective. And with DCF, that's a whole nother conversation. There's legitimate concerns. And with DCF, the problem that we experience is we see inconsistencies where somebody gets a visit and the investigator is very polite. They know their job. It's the only way I can say it. They know their job. They know that we don't have to file the notice of intent. That's the only reason they're there. Why is the intake worker accepting that? It's false reporting. If there's abuse and neglect, anybody in this room that knows me will tell you, I've posted many times in our groups, if you're not doing right by your child, you deserve DCF in your life. Who would not agree with that? But we are loaded with mandated reporters. So if you have something like Waterbury, okay, and who knew? I mean, could it have been handled better? Okay, yes. But past that, you have this boy at home for such a humongous length of time. And the system is the way that it is, but he was in public school. If that happened in the homeschool community, I have to give credit to, I don't know if she's even still in the room, Sarah Egan, I believe in 2018-19, she said it is subterfuge. It's not your fault if somebody's doing that in Waterbury, and it's not our fault if somebody says they're homeschooling and their kid is locked up, because that's not what we do. And academically speaking, we have so many highly skilled people that we have co-ops all over the place. There's a co-op down in the New Londonish area, and there's 130 kids there, and they have classes all day long, 1 day a week, and the kids can't wait. I mean, they're so engaged.
Ms. Connors, please summarize your answer.
Well, okay, I don't know what else. I mean, I would be happy to talk to you, and this isn't getting it done. There's a lot that we could all say. Nobody wants kids harmed. I mean, that's a given. But having, like I said earlier, we have a lot of homeschoolers that if you mandate it so that we have to go to them, the very source of their trauma, that's just irresponsible, if not cruel. So how do you fix that?
What I would say is regulations. You have a lot of regulations in the public school system, and they don't keep kids safe. More regulations in the public school system are not going to keep kids safe. Regulating more extensively homeschooling is not going to keep kids safe. What is going to keep kids safe is to actually read and implement all of the existing laws you already have on the books in order to implement those regulations to keep kids safe. After Matthew Toronto's case in 2018, we asked the same thing. We asked for information. You talk about transparency. That would be great. I asked for transparency in 2018 with the OCA. after her report was final, after Matthew had died, after everything, and I got nothing, not a thing. No one issued anything other than the report, not the evidence which was the basis of the report, just the report. That doesn't help communication. It doesn't help anyone in the community. But we need to find out what went wrong in these agencies, okay? Because clearly people in the community don't have the power. They rely on the agencies to help them keep kids safe. Even in the homeschool community, when we make reports that we see a child in danger, regulations don't work. And trying to come up with a regulation on homeschooling when neither Torado nor this child were homeschooled is ridiculous. You need to look what you have done, and the public needs to know what the agencies have done. And I'd like to see an informational forum on each agency separately, because with the public input. This is just the tip of the iceberg. But I also would say that I'm calling on this committee or whoever has the authority to do what I asked in 2018 and to appoint an independent investigator, because clearly there is mistrust on the part of many people in the public about the state agencies when nothing substantially happened to fix the problem that you guys now recognize and was recognized in 2018 within the agencies. So I'm calling on an independent investigator, a special prosecutor, and or an inspector general to come in and investigate the agencies so we can find out what is wrong. I'm sure the agency heads would cooperate with such a thing. Absolutely. You've said, you want transparency and communication. That's the only way to do it, is to expose everything that happened, research it, figure out what went wrong, and fix that. Forget more and more regulations upon regulations. What is the problem? We need to find out what the problem actually is and not turn it into something that it's not and blame another group in the community. They had nothing to do with this. If this is the impetus, and clearly one child died in 2018, and this one almost died until he had to save himself, there's something wrong going on with the implementation of the laws we have. And I would hope that the committee really considers that, or whoever is in charge of trying to get an independent investigator so that it's not political, it's not anything. If you really want to help keep children safe, then get someone in here who can research and figure out what everything that went wrong in all of these cases. Look where the problem is, or at least tell us what the problem is, because right now we're just speculating. And I hope that people will take the comments seriously and do something about that.
Thank you, ma'am. I just want to, before we go on to our new speaker, I'd be remiss if it was said that the folks who were chosen to speak and testify before us had one viewpoint on this. I just want to make it abundantly clear that this is a fact. Every person up here, we don't know the political parties and affiliations of our commissioners. We don't know the political parties and affiliations of our subject matter experts. We don't know how they actually feel about homeschooling. We ask them questions and they're presenting information to us that is based on what they find from the agencies that they hold. We also have a difference of opinion in this room right now, and that's the best part about the public sphere and public government, is that we're coming together to hear multiple viewpoints. So I want to correct the record that we only have one viewpoint here. It's not the case. The other thing is, when we talk about regulation, seatbelts are regulated, driver's license regulated, food regulated, water regulated, housing build and construction regulated. Many things in this country are regulated. So we can't start this thing that one thing's regulated and it's not. That's not a pipe dream. That's a fact. Representative Wielander, followed by Representative Master Francesco, followed by Representative Biggins, Carney, and Haynes, in that order.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to start with just a comment that I think when we're looking at trying to find fault, when we are looking to try to figure out how can we do better, oftentimes it comes across because we have oversight. So I know, and everyone here has recognized that no one is perfect and that we're all trying to do better. But when we find instances of mistakes or faults, or just, I wish I could have done that better within our agencies, it's because of that oversight. And the lack of oversight right now from an outside source with homeschooling communities is maybe why we aren't seeing some of these things so there's a bit of a false equivalency. So I just want to make sure that we're starting from hopefully the same page and going back to a same page. And this is a question, I'm sorry, I should have directed this, I'm sorry, for Attorney Stevenson and Ms. Connors. One of the things that I've been talking about a lot with my kids right now is how the phrase, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And making sure that we talk about the things that are happening and what is the context of it. And thinking about how we all want the kids in our state to be safe. We all want to make sure that they have the best possible foundation for success, whatever that is. There's the idea of doing, whether it's called a sacrifice or actions for the greater good. During the civil rights movement, we talked about it as people putting themselves at risk for the fighting for equality. Some people see, the act of volunteering. You give your time, you're sacrificing your time to give back to your community. It's the idea of putting everyone else in front of you rather than just what you want. So if we acknowledge that something has to change, and I'm sorry, I'm getting to a point, I promise. If we acknowledge that something needs to change in order to get to a safer space for all children, knowing that they have to have perhaps a different approach, can you share with me and the rest of the committee what you would see within the homeschooling community as an acceptable form of check-ins? Because it isn't about making sure that I don't want, like we've all said, this isn't about you guys are doing something wrong and these people are doing something right. And I don't want it to be an us versus them. But it's about finding the kids that are not getting the service and the care that they need. What would you see as an ideal way to try to fill that need?
Well, first of all, I disagree with the premise, because check-ins for innocent people having done nothing, I do reject that, because we have a system of government that says innocent until proven guilty. There has been no claim at all that any homeschooler did anything wrong, but based on the Waterbury case and today. So why are we trying to put regulations for innocent people to go and check in with their government and say, see, I'm innocent? It makes no sense, and it is contrary to our system of government that we've always established. That's what I see wrong with it. It's not that, the homeschool community doesn't want to help kids keep safe. That's not the point. The point is what you're asking goes against the history of our country, to make people check in to make sure they're doing the right thing. That's not right. And that's not acceptable.
Ms. Connors, did you have any thoughts on that different?
I think in order to talk about what would be the right thing to do, there has to be a level playing field. And right now, I think we could agree that we don't have that. And if we were to have that, it isn't today. Today's the beginning. And somebody mentioned earlier, I don't remember who, like moving things along. And we've been hearing that. That is not a level playing field when we have so much to offer. And it doesn't give the time necessary. As she said, we already have many laws on the books. And there needs to be a way, just like if an investigator comes to the house from one, it could even be the same field office. And they're really good. There's some really good ones, and they're respectful. And then there are other ones that are not. And that's scary for people. And especially scary for people when they have the power to damage a family. And the reason that they're there is not even legal. Because the fact is that the schools weaponize DCF. So how do you fix that? That isn't, I can't give you an across the board solution for something like that. And I'm going to be very blunt. When we're dealing with a great system, not just in Connecticut, but nationwide, called public education, and we have things happening, and my understanding is, I'm not an expert on this, that it ties into teachers' unions, where teachers that harm children to a huge degree are allowed to remain. What do you do with that? You know, and maybe there could be conversation about, because I was looking at this. As I said, we really do have many mandated reporters in the homeschool community. I was one for a while. Many of us are. And this is not, I've been thinking about this, and in a way it's not fair. It's not equal. Is that, well, what if you educate adults on what to look for? But again, even if you were to do something like that, how to recognize things, that child that's hidden away, we may not ever find, no matter where they're supposed to be or were last educated. But what about raising awareness? You know, what about having, I believe on the website, there was a button for how to recognize. I looked and I couldn't get in. So I was thinking, you know, like just like we have our PowerPoint presentations on our website for Homeschooling 101, how to get started, and it covers everything. Well, what about having that for the whole state, you know, where that's to educate and raise awareness, because nobody wants a kid to be hurt. And if they do, we cannot make them look at that. You see what I'm saying? We won't know where they are. DCF could be doing the best, and DCF is not staffed properly right now. I believe you have 220 job openings. We should go out for coffee. Okay, so how is she going to do her job when she does not have all the staff that she needs? Yes, you do. You have about 220 job openings. How are you going to do your job? These caseworkers are overloaded, and that puts everybody at risk for them, even if they're a good investigator, to not do their job correctly. They're going to make mistakes. Things are going to slip through the cracks, which is what happened in Waterbury.
Well, I agree. And I actually think that that would be a great way to argue universally for more support for all of our agencies, including DCF, so they have the staff and the ability to follow up and do the work that needs to be there, not just to keep kids safe, but also to provide support for families that need it, because they do a lot of things at the agency. And I appreciate your feedback. And I just wanted to follow up again, because to me, I'm asking a question of families in the building and the room that they're not the ones that we're really trying to talk to today, right? These are not the families that we're addressing. The families that show up today that are outside having lessons with their kids, talking to them about the process, they are doing the work that is needing to be done, right? So do you feel that it would be a reasonable ask? And I'm just gonna, I know I'm belaboring the point, but a reasonable ask to have the families that are doing everything right come in to a school in their district, sign the piece of paper again once a year, just verify that their kids are getting medical checkups 3 times in their life before they become legal adults, and perhaps think about the opportunity of the portfolio presentation or some sort of sharing of it, whether it's within the homeschooling community or someone else, as a way to introduce perhaps novel and unique ideas of how education can be done. The same way that charters were in the beginning looked at to be incubators of new thought. So is that a reasonable thing to ensure that the people who are doing it right, they are being recognized as doing it the right way, and the people who aren't showing up, that we can have like that little pinpoint of saying, okay, wait, this is the family that we need to check in on. These are the kids that aren't being seen.
If I could answer that.
Sure.
This is a subject and a question almost identical to the one 30 years ago. Well, we know you're okay, but there's those people out there that we don't know about that, they're not going to. So we should regulate everybody to do that. You don't do that in any other area. You don't say to the public in general, well, we know that you're not the problem, whether it's whatever, buying groceries, think of anything, is you're not the problem, but there might be somebody who might steal. So we want you people, all of you people, to come in and tell us, make sure you're not stealing. They're not going to find the person who is stealing. And how do we do that? We do that because we have to have, it's the system of government we chose, okay? And the system of government is, you're innocent until somebody finds out you're doing something wrong. Reasonable suspicion, probable cause, I think, you then report it to the government oversight person. And then that's the responsibility of the agencies to go after the person who actually is stealing. But you don't punish the larger community to make them report and say they're not stealing just because you think somebody else is out there you want to catch. Okay. But these ideas were thought about long before I was around in the founding of our country. That's just the way the country is set up. And I think we've forgotten about that in our zeal to protect kids. I don't want any kid to be harmed, period. But we can't give up our system of government in order to protect someone we don't even know exists. How do you do that? The agencies could be more effective in how they've done things when they get the report. And for example, the report that CRHE wants you to read is replete with statements that the bulk of what is happening here is that it was known something was wrong, and then somebody withdrew saying they're homeschooling, and then nothing happened after that. The report doesn't mention anything about, well, what did the agencies do to find that? What did they do to follow up? That's not mentioned.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would argue, though, that the basis of our country was founded on a document that was made to evolve. We are to look at where we are and see if we can address it and to make it work towards that more imperfect union. And I appreciate the answers. And I hope that we can find a way to move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. So I'm going to take over chairing as our good colleague has stepped out for a moment. And next we have Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it. First, I want to just say thank you to all the parents and the children here, even the panel, for coming in today. I think it's unfortunate actually that we're even here today having this discussion, because for me personally, I think it's an infringement on parental rights, 100%. I don't think we have any business even discussing this today, but here we are, talking about this today. I'm listening to the testimony and I hear this all the time in this building. It seems that the other side always say, yeah, we want to protect the kids. Well, of course we do. And when they do that, it makes it sound like we don't want to protect the kids. It's absurd and it's outrageous. So I find that commentary very, very offensive, actually. Of course, everybody wants children to be protected. I do have a question for Fran, if I may. And I want everybody to listen to this because this is really, really important. And it's just something that you said in your testimony that every parent here that is homeschooling their children should be frightened with. And I'm frightened by your testimony, to be quite honest with you. You said in your testimony that we need to have enforcement regulation. Enforcement. And I want to know what you mean by enforcement. Are we supposed to go into people's homes and pull children out of their houses? Are they going to get arrested if they don't comply? You want enforcement regulation, a form completed? What if they don't want to complete the form? Academic evaluation? What if their parents don't want to do that? Pediatrician? You want to make sure that a parent takes their child to a healthy child, no less, to a pediatrician. And your enforcement regulation. So what I would like to know, ma'am, Fran, is what do you mean by enforcement regulation?
I mean that it is mandated that they fill out that form to tell us that they are homeschooling their children. Right now, it's a recommendation. I can't enforce it because it is only a recommendation. The evaluation piece, I'm very open to how we do that. I'm saying that we need to know that that every child is being educated. And how we do that is something we have not landed on yet, but I think we can. And I would like to do that collaboratively. The only thing I meant by enforceable is that right now, all of your guidelines, all of the guidelines in Connecticut around homeschooling are recommendations. There is nothing that a homeschool parent has to do. It is all recommended. And it's just very different from any of the other states in New England. And I agree 100%. The people in this room, I feel are, probably doing the best job ever, but the fact of the matter is there are some that fall through the cracks and we don't know where they are or what is happening to those children. And I have never felt that anyone in this room is not about the safety of kids. I would never assume that I am and you're not. I think we're all about the safety. All I'm trying to do, or we're trying to do, I hope, is make our system better. That's it, period.
Thank you for that answer. And I would just comment that something mandated is different than enforcing something. So when I hear the word enforcement, I'm thinking legal terms. I mean, everything is mandated in this state. I mean, what can we not do that's not mandated? Everything is. It's the enforcement piece of it that really, really concerns me.
Well, I apologize, Representative. Maybe I should have used the word mandate.
Thank you. And when we talk about kids falling to the cracks, and of course you're sitting here and everybody's saying it has nothing to do with the people in this building that are here today. Well, of course, these are good parents. They've done a great job educating their kids. Do you think somebody's going to come into this building today that's abusing their child? You guys are looking in the wrong place. You shouldn't be sitting in here today. You should be out there doing your job looking for those kids. The other question I have is maybe to Commissioner Tucker, maybe you can answer this question for me. I remember when I went to school, first of all, we didn't have a board of U.S. Department of Education, number one, and we did absolutely fine. We were taught back then with the Iowa test, right? Then this big thing came around. They wanted to teach, they called outcome-based education. And today we have Common Core. And what we do today is we teach a child to the test. We teach to the test. That's absolutely what they do. So they can get the desired result that they want. That's just a fact. So when we talk about an annual evaluation of children that are homeschooled, it's concerning to me because a lot of these parents, they have a different way of teaching. Maybe some of them teach to the Iowa test, and maybe some kids learn better with Common Core. And maybe some children learn better with feel-good education. But there is no, I guess, template, rubber stamp that every child is the same. And I find it interesting that people here in this room, this panel, can actually sit here and think that you know best what's best for parents. Of course, we want to find the bad eggs, obviously. But doing it here, regulating homeschooling at all, to me, is not the solution. But when we talk about testing for students, that we're teaching to the test, and apparently the panel here thinks that they're the experts on all of that. How do you do that when people test differently? Because you're teaching to the test in school. At home, it's totally different. And we want a parent to have an evaluation every single year. And not only that, you want to make sure that they go to the doctors. A healthy child goes to the doctors, and this panel, this state of Connecticut, knows what's best for them. So I'm curious through you, and how do you evaluate test scores?
Can I respond to that?
I asked
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tucker, Commissioner Tucker, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Representative.
No,
Representative, Commissioner Tucker.
No, thank you very much. And I think if you're listening carefully to what was said, I think folks have said, and I've heard child advocate said that we don't have a template for a one size fits all. She already talked about, I think it was Maine, and the different things that they have there that they're looking at. And we also know that some of the curriculum that homeschool organization is using already have built-in assessments in them. So we're not here saying that they must take the Smarter Balance test or they must take any of these current assessments. I think the conversation is, what is it that we can look at to help to assess or evaluate how students are doing? And that's what the conversation here is, not this is what you must do. So I just wanted to clarify that what we're saying is that we need to have more conversations to think about what that could and should look like. So just to be clear about that, and not to take the time, but we've moved from the point of teaching to the test. I know that is still what people talk about, but we talk about the standards, right? And if you are following the standards, then you literally are prepared to take the test. So that's something else that we need to talk about. I won't spend that time here, but I do believe that what you're hearing us say is the need for us to work together to figure out the right solution. I don't think anyone here is sitting here to say today, I have a solution for what this needs to look like. And I share that in talking to states around us to take a look at what they have to inform our own discussion and what it is that we're trying to get done.
Thank you. And I would just add to that testing a child, giving them an evaluation does not, you could have the smartest child here, and that doesn't mean that they're not being abused at home. You can have a child that maybe is not as educated, but they can have the best loving family. So evaluations on somebody's learning does not determine what their treatment like is at home at all. And certainly in my opinion.
Representative, I think that was 2 questions.
It is. I'm just making a comment.
Oh, okay.
I'm wrapping up.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were going to ask another question.
As I said before, I think it's unfortunate we're even having this conversation, and it's the other side of the aisle, because we, and my side of the aisle, we have a different worldview than my other colleagues do. We believe in limited government, parental rights, and the other side of the aisle believes that maybe the government knows best. And I will also say that, boy, I'll tell you, they never let a good crisis go to waste. And I always say that, listen, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And our homeschools, parents that are homeschooling, it's not broken, and it certainly doesn't need to be fixed. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. I just want to refer back. My very first statement today was that First of all, we have invited these panelists here. So if there's ire, it's directed at your colleagues and not at our panelists, but also that we are not blaming any homeschoolers or the homeschooling community for what happened in Waterbury. And I just want to reiterate that as we have been successful in maintaining a respectful dialogue, and I know that we will continue. Representative Biggins, you're next.
Thank you. I had a question. About 3 hours ago, someone presented data to us, and I don't want to go back to the data, but I am going to ask about it. Someone presented data about the number of or percentage of families that are involved with DCF that are removed to homeschooling. So I don't know if I'll give you a minute to research whoever was.
Yes, that was me.
What was can you remind me of that data?
So that data was, we requested statewide data from the State Department of Education for children removed for the purpose of equivalent instruction elsewhere, so private school and homeschool. And then we looked at half of the 7 to 11-year-olds, which was 1,000, the total 7 to 11-year-olds who were drawn for homeschooling was 1,547. We took half of those and we cross-referenced with DCF. And what we found was that 22.9% of the children lived in a family that had at least one accepted DCF report, and 7.9% lived in a family with 4 or more accepted DCF reports. 9.6%, so that was 75 of the children, lived in a family that had at least one substantiated allegation of abuse or neglect. And 3.8% had a caregiver that was on the DCF central registry.
Thank you. Thank you. And I don't ask that because, again, I believe that there are many homeschoolers that are doing the right thing. But when we speak about many people are doing the right thing, there's always going to be the exception to the rule, right? We talk about educators. Many educators are doing the right thing. There's always exceptions to the rule. And I guess my question is for Deborah and Cindy over there. And I think that one of the things we've talked about is that there are these gross cases of abuse and neglect in the homeschooling community that we would all like to see ended, right? And we talked about many people that are already mandated reporters that are in the homeschooling community that might put eyes on students or children in the homeschool community that might be able to report on those things, right? And I appreciate our conversation yesterday very much. But my question would be, would it be, and I think I know your answer, as I think you'd say it's an overreach, but would it be beneficial if parents in the homeschool community were also mandated reporters? Like if we required parents to sign up and take the mandated reporter training, and then all parents would be mandated reporters, and then there would be even more eyes in the community. So I'm going to ask the question, even though I think I know your answer, but I appreciate it.
Well, I don't think I know the answer because that is something novel. I think, as Diane said, there's a great majority of people in the community already who are mandated reporters, but it doesn't take a mandated reporter to report. So all of those parents can and have made those phone calls when they see a child being harmed, so I don't really know the answer to that. Why we would need everybody in every community should be a mandated reporter on that basis, because who wants a child harmed? But they already can do that. It's just that, and they do. I mean, that's true. Mandated reporters don't always report either, but so, I mean, it's a human thing. So I don't think there's any perfect answer to finding every single child when there are evil people out there who want to, lock kids in a closet. So I don't know. But in the case we're talking about, I do want to clarify though. You said I heard you say about the gross cases in the homeschool community. Did you say that, or did I mishear you?
I don't remember if I'm being
Oh.
honest with you. I just spoke and then it's all blank now.
Okay, okay. Well, if there are, of course, I'd like to hear them. I don't think I know of any gross cases like the ones we're talking about that happened in the homeschool community. Believe me, I think I'd remember that, but if there are, I'd love to find out about it. But again, I don't have all the answers. I just know what our laws already are. And the laws are only good when, they're actually implemented or people abide by them, and I don't think you're going to catch everyone, like you're not going to catch everybody who's committing a crime right now if you don't know about it. How do we know about everybody else who's committing a crime unless somebody reports it? And I get your point, we should have everybody reporting every crime. I just don't know how to make that perfect system.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Biggins. Next, we have Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you all for coming here today to talk about this topic. One of the things I've been thinking about, I see a lot of families here, and they're not all homeschooling for the very same reason. There's a variety of reasons why they are. And some of them may have to do with some deficiencies they see in public education. So I guess this question is for Commissioner Russell Tucker. What I'm wondering is, what do you think, or what would you do to encourage people who might be homeschooling because of a deficiency they see in public school? What would you do to encourage them, or what do you think should be highlighted to encourage them to go to public school?
So to the point, thank you for the question, Representative, and for the point that you're making, families I know make decisions, and I said that, I'm not sure you were here in my opening, that families make decisions for what's best for their child and for certainly their family situation. What we've done in Connecticut, and so they made those decisions about homeschooling. Regarding the public school and the decision that they make, we're a state that's highly reporting of what's happening in our public schools. And so I would say that folks can certainly take a look. We hide nothing. And you can look at how our students are doing. You can look at how the teachers' attendance, you can look at everything. Most of the times certainly at a district level, but even at a school level. And so if you want to get a sense of what's happening behind those doors, take a look at the data to see what is indeed happening. We work very hard to make sure we highlight those things that we know are also going well amongst our system. We have good things that's happening in the system, and we try to do that as well. So, but I'm always saying to our families and communities that we make the information public, transparent, so you can see it, so you can make some decisions based on what you observe.
Okay, thank you for that answer. So, so going along, I guess that sort of idea of maybe what's keeping certain families from sending their children to public schools. I guess if this conversation does in fact continue, I'm wondering if you and possibly Fran as well would be open to including certain things in that discussion. What I mean by that is possible deficiencies that I see, and I know a lot of these families probably see in public education, and that could be options. This committee, and I really truly respect the Senate Chair of the Education Committee for being open to this. Options such as charter schools, which a lot of people want, and the arguments against, in my opinion, aren't always firm. Bullying, in my opinion, we've really reduced the punishments I think that some bullies do receive, and suspension is really watered down. Or medical mandates. I know there are some people that chose to homeschool their children because of certain medical mandates. So things like that, would you be open to looking at and seeing if changes can be made there, where there could be, I guess, more of an encouragement for folks to possibly send their children to whether it's a charter school or public school, because that deficiency they see is no longer there?
don't know if Fran wants to jump in here. In Connecticut, we do have schools of choice. We have charter schools, we have magnet schools, and so families can make decisions around what they're looking for in all of these settings. And that information is there and available. I would also, Representative, think about how can we collectively, even as legislators, because a lot of things are mandated, right? We implement them because the laws are passed in this House. And so how do we have those conversations? I know in the Ed Committee, they hear me a lot when I come here to talk about what's there and what we need to do. And so those are conversations that we must continue to collaborate and have that information on. You've changed the laws around bullying, not last session. There's a lot of things that you're doing in this House that is a part of the accountability that requires us to be working together on it. However, as I mentioned, charter school, magnet schools, we have schools of choice in the state publicly available for families to take a look at to determine, is there a theme, that is inviting, or all of those kinds of things are available for families, and more information about how to make sure families understand what's available to them. We should continue to have that conversation because I think it's important.
I don't think I can add much to that other than to say that we are not perfect in public schools, and I would absolutely work toward better implementation in social emotional development with the bullying piece is especially prominent among superintendents. We talk about that a lot. How could we better do it? By the way, I don't think suspension is anything that great. I think we could come up with better ways. I don't like to see kids out of school. So could we find better ways? Yes. And could we work together to do that? Absolutely. I also believe that parents have choice, and I think we have to honor their choice. I hope that when parents are unhappy, that they find a culture in a school or at the district level where they can talk about what it is that's making them unhappy, and that there could be some give and take there. And I do think that that is incredibly important.
Right. Thank you both for that answer. And I appreciate your comments, Fran. And, in talking to some parents that I do represent, some of them are afraid to express their concerns about what's going on in their school to the board. That's very political. And they're worried about retribution. I do think this is something that this committee really needs to look at, is those options. It's okay for the government to admit they made a mistake. And I think the government has made mistakes with certain things. I mean, COVID, for example, is probably a big reason why some people are homeschooling their children because they were so far back and continue to be a problem in public school. And it's, look, Monday morning quarterbacking, it is what it is, but it is something where I think government failed. So I hope that we can continue the conversation, like I said, around options and around finding those failures that some may see in public school and improving that, and not just looking at where problems are in homeschooling, because up until this forum, I haven't really seen any. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Carney. Representative Zepkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to end on a comment. I know this is a very fueled session. And I will have to say again, there is no one in this room that wants any child hurt. We all know that. And I want to say to the DCF commissioner, first of all, I'd never want your job.
Sure.
And I do appreciate how hard it is going into people's homes and removing people. I think that's very difficult. And I appreciate you saying if there's work to be done in your agency, because I truly believe there is. And I think a lot of this kind of stems from what has happened through your agency. I just wanted to say that I hope that we can come with something that just focuses on the DCF issues in our school and people withdrawing, not the other people here. I hope we can come up with something that really will make a difference for those kids that are falling through the cracks without infringing on the people we know that are sitting here that are not the problem. So I'm hopeful. And I just want to ask, Madam Chair, do you see legislation coming forth this session on this?
We're not asking each other questions on this panel. We're here to listen to the subject matter experts.
Okay, well, I'll take that as maybe, hopefully not. I hope we can talk and get through and because of the process. So I'm not sure of that though. So we'll see what happens going forward. But I do want to thank you, and I hope we will focus on those children that have fallen through the cracks through the DCF system in our schools. Thank you.
Senator McCrory? No.
Been a very, very informative day. I don't have a speech for you. Evaluate everything I've learned. There's a whole lot of things I can say, but I'm not gonna say them today. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Senator.
I'll say this. Parents know what's best for their children. No applause. I'm saying in general, when it comes to education, parents know what's best for their children. All parents. And hopefully we can get to a point where we understand that and provide parents options, like I've been saying for 30 years. And lastly, I'll just say in regards to educational neglect, as a 33-year educator in the public school system, typically when we talk about educational neglect, it's a parent not sending their kids to school, or it has something to do with attendance or of that matter. But the reality is we see educational neglect every day. It manifests itself when we see 17-year-olds can't read for years, and we don't have a solution for it. It manifests itself when parents cry out for options and we ignore them. I thank those homeschoolers for having the ability to come here and advocate for their children. Unfortunately, there's a whole lot of other parents that cannot be here and cannot advocate for their children also. As we move forward, I'm not quite sure what we're going to do this legislative session. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
I think there's no one else online. I just want to thank everyone. You've given us a lot of time and a lot to think about. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Marr.
So I also will not keep you. I want to just basically say what Representative Lieber was about to say, which is I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate the families and the children and the people who came to speak on this panel. I think the biggest takeaway that I have is that being separated and not collaborating is one of the key issues in our nation right now. And there has to be a way that we can come together and not be disruptive and not be disagreeable, and find a way that we can both keep our children safe, which is absolutely paramount, and recognize the ability of families to come together with their children and provide the homeschooling that has been so productive for their children. I've talked to a lot of parents who are doing homeschooling. There is this false dichotomy that we are in opposition to homeschooling. And I want to say that is not true. And it has been promulgated today multiple times, and it is not true. What we care about most, I'll say it again, is children, their welfare, their ability to learn, their ability to thrive. So I appreciate you all taking the time today and sitting through this and all of the emails, all 500 that I've gotten. And we will take all of this into consideration. I'm reading the emails. I just want to say, by coming at each other, we do nothing but force ourselves apart. And it is not good for us. It is not good for our children. And it is not good for Connecticut. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have a nice evening.